Right, I don't have to get that close to the microphone. Good morning and welcome to the city of Roswell. My name is Chuck Martin. I represent the 49th District, which includes part of Roswell, chair of the Higher Education Committee, but today I'm here on behalf of the Speaker to execute on House Resolution 429 that created a House Study Committee for funding of Next Generation. I have some more remarks in addition to set us up for the meeting, but I'd like to just recognize a distinguished member in the room with us today, and then go to the mayor and our chief for some opening remarks as well, because I think they have other commitments this morning. If you would first allow me to introduce and ask you to help me welcome the highest ranking lady in the state of Georgia. Well, I guess, Madam Chair, we may have a label commissioner now. I may have overdone Madam Pro Tem, but the highest ranking woman in the House, the first female Speaker of the Georgia House, and our representative from North Fulton and District 47, our Speaker Pro Tem, Jan Jones. If you would join me in welcoming Jan Jones. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. And now I will call on, with this brief introduction, Mayor Kurt Wilson. We are here in Roswell to start this because more than a year ago, in fact, almost 2 years ago, the city of Roswell, under Mayor Wilson's leadership, brought the 911 funding challenges. I won't call them issues, I'll call them challenges to our attention, for us to continue to provide the same and better service for our citizens across the state of Georgia. The funding formula needed to be looked at and reviewed so we could better provide for that. And they put that in our ear, and the House listened, and Speaker Burns, acted. Chairman Crow passed a bill this year to help move us toward an enhanced Next Generation 911, but a large part of the credit for starting that goes here in Roswell with your elected leadership. So with that, Mayor Wilson, if you would, you have some remarks to welcome us to Roswell, I'll turn it over to you, and then the chief. You can introduce the chief.
Thank you, Chuck. Yeah, that one's off. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Chuck, Chairman Martin, thank you for all your work. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for listening to us and hearing us, and then taking great action that's going to make a great difference to our community and to communities throughout the state of Georgia. Good morning and welcome, everyone. I want to start out again by thanking Chairman Martin, members of the subcommittee, and their talented staff for being here today. And we're here today to discuss one of the most critical components of our public safety, our 911 system. 911 is the backbone of public safety and the link between people in crisis and the first responders who save lives. Today, you're going to hear from experts about the history of the system, as well as expert testimony from the 911 community. And we're going to be talking about the Next Generation 911 program, which is so essential to keeping our people safe. The reality of the current situation is that most 911 calls no longer come from landlines. They come from mobile phones. Yet our current system was built for a landline era, and that creates gaps and inefficiencies at the very moment when speed and accuracy mean the difference between life and death. That is why Next Generation 911 is essential. It's a full modernization of our emergency communication system, and I look forward to the engaging discussion that's going to occur right here in Roswell City Hall today. I thank you again, Chairman Martin, for your leadership I thank you, members of your subcommittee, for your leadership, for being here, and for dealing with this very important subject. And I have the great pleasure of introducing to you one of the great police chiefs in the United States of America, the Roswell Police Chief, Jim Conroy. Jim?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Welcome to the city of Roswell. I'm Jim Conroy, the Chief of Police. I've had the unique privilege of serving both as a police chief and as a 911 director. And that experience has given me firsthand understanding of the complex challenges facing 911 systems not only across the state but across our nation. These challenges are wide-ranging and include critical issues such as adequate funding, keeping pace with rapidly advancing technology, and the recruiting and retention of skilled personnel. Since the inception of 911, telecommunication technology has undergone remarkable transformation. What began as a landline-based analog system has evolved into an IP-based digital network almost exclusively made up now of wireless callers. With that, location-based services are essential for accurately locating callers, and Next-Gen 911 enables new capabilities such as text to 911 and the transmission of photos and videos not only to the PSAPs but directly to first responders in the field. As this technology continues to advance, it is vital that our PSAPs are equipped to implement these innovations. However, this progress comes at a cost. Historically, 911 services were funded primarily through user fees. Today, that funding is no longer sufficient. In Roswell, for example, our general fund must now subsidize more than $1 million annually to support our 911 operations. The current maximum 911 user fee of $1.50 per line has not been changed in decades. It is clear that this fee no longer reflects the realities of a modern emergency response system. An increase in this fee, paid for by the users of the system, would provide critical support to ensure that 911 remains responsive, reliable, and ready for the future. I thank you all for being here today. I look forward to working together to ensure our 911 systems are equipped to meet the demands of today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mayor. And I know you have other places you have to be this morning with this city, and we thank you for being out here and welcoming us and allowing us access to your council chambers. We'll pause for just a moment as the Chief and the Mayor lead. I'll see you this evening. Yes, sir. Okay, I had a few opening remarks, but given that we're later in the day, I'm going to ask our members, I'm going to just introduce them quickly, and we'll come back after lunch and have them tell us a little bit more about themselves just to get us back on time in case there are people. To my right, Representative Laura McDonald is a floor leader from up in Forsyth County. Our caucus chair to my immediate right, Bruce Williamson, Monroe County?
No.
Walton County, out east of Atlanta. To my left is Chairman of Public Safety, Clint Crowe. He was the main driving force between 911 legislation that passed earlier this year, right? Or was it in 2025? Earlier this year. So we thank the chairman for doing this. Michael Satterfield, to my immediate left, is our budget analyst. We have many in the staff. I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I'm going to do it. She likes to stay in the background, but she's very important in putting this meeting together for us. In the back there on the aisle, if y'all would join me in thanking Brittany Valentine from our office at the state capitol. Brittany does a great job for us and likes to stay in the background. There are many people that we'd like to thank, but I'm going to ask Alicia if you would get ready for your presentation while you're coming to the mic to say that we are here because there are things that need to happen, as both the mayor and the chief related to, as you'll hear from our presenters today, to enhance our 911 system for the good of the citizens of Georgia, and to look at the funding mechanism. Nobody is coming in with an absolute, this needs to go from $1 to $1.55 or $1.35, but we want to stay focused on how it's best to fund the system, because the reality is that these phones, the 911 fee usually comes to where the phone's billed, and there are many cases that's not where the phone's used. So there's a number of things that come into play here, and there are no preconceived notions by the chair, and I suspect neither will our members, that there's a specific way how this system will be funded. So that's what we're looking for in this meeting today and 2 meetings later in the year. With that, again, I want to thank the members for being here, and we'll do the introductions when we have a complete committee. With that, Mr. Rucker-Wright from GECA, will you take us over?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and fellow members of the committee. I want to pause and officially say thank you so much for your willingness to entertain all the testimony and to hear about the current state of our 911 infrastructure and where we hope to move, as well as hearing from our 911 stakeholders. I also want to thank all of the members who may be in attendance in the audience, as well as those who may be in attendance online. So to open this meeting, this is a presentation that many people have already seen, but considering we don't know who all may be attending online, we decided to kind of quickly give a brief overview of our current 911 infrastructure and next generation 911 to level set. So we'll spend about 20 minutes talking about what is the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority and why is it that our authority is here speaking with you. Some limitations of our current 911 infrastructure, a brief overview of what is Next Generation 911 and why is it so beneficial in the public safety response. We'll discuss 3 infrastructure upgrades that are needed for Next Generation 911, and we'll close out with a very brief overview of some of our high-level activities that we've already completed to date for the Next Generation 911 project. So about the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority, we are the state agency that is tasked with promoting 911 throughout the state. We are attached to the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency, and we are governed by an 18-member board. And that was a legislative change that was effective July 1 of this year, recognizing the importance of having cybersecurity as well as information technology and mapping subject matter experts. We did ask to add 3 additional members to our board to help with that. As a result of House Bill 423, GECA is now legislatively tasked with various roles and responsibilities, one of which includes implementation and oversight of Next Generation 911 statewide. So we, for a very long time, had a presence on GEMA Homeland Security's webpage, and while we were very grateful for the space that they gave to us, we have so many updates now and things that we foresee needing to push out to the 911 community as well as to other stakeholders that we've created our own website that you can either scan the QR code or you can actually visit 911.georgia.gov for any relevant updates. So the limitations of our current 911 infrastructure. 911 is critical to providing life-saving services, and it's the one public safety discipline that daily directly impacts all other public safety disciplines. So anything that we can do to strengthen our 911 infrastructure and empower our 911 employees undoubtedly will translate into better public safety delivery in law enforcement and fire and EMS. I would also argue that the vast majority of emergencies that we process throughout the state originate from 911 callers. So the vast majority of emergencies that all of our public safety responders are responding to is being processed through a 911 infrastructure that wasn't really even created to be an emergency response system. It was actually created for billing purposes so that we knew who called, what number, and for how long so we could assess a fee. Although the 911 infrastructure is the starting point for most of our emergencies throughout the state, that infrastructure has largely remained unchanged since its inception in 1968. For many, if not most of our centers in the state, they are still using the same infrastructure that was installed in the 1960s. As the mayor eloquently spoke on earlier, that infrastructure was developed to enable landline phones. So one number associated with one address always. But now we have a technology advancement where we have people calling 911 on Apple Watches and through telematics on vehicles and through different mediums other than landline phones. So the current 911 system is approaching the end of its useful life, and that's for several reasons, 2 of which I really would like to focus on is repairing the current infrastructure is increasingly problematic. As a simple analogy, you can think of if you have an iPhone, you would have an iPhone. Whereas if you have an 8-track player, it may be really hard to find someone who could come out and service an 8-track player, that dated technology, or to even find replacement parts. And the same is true with our 911 infrastructure. It's becoming more difficult to source the parts to fix an infrastructure that is continuing to fail more and more daily. And then also, because they're no longer installing copper technology, the telecom providers are no longer training technicians on how to repair that infrastructure. And additionally, it doesn't fully serve the mobile lifestyle or meet the communication expectations of today's 911 callers. So I say all of this to really sum up that Georgia is at a critical transition point. It's not a matter of if we need to transition to next generation, it's more a matter of when we need to transition to next generation 911. So what exactly is next generation 911? Very simply put, next generation 911 is the internet for routing 911 calls to 911 centers. So we're replacing all of this old antiquated technology with fiber connections, with LTE connections, with satellite connections, with more modern connections that offer more resiliency and redundancy. It offers substantially more capacity than the current 911 infrastructure. So as an overly simplified analogy, you can think of our current 911 infrastructure as being a landline phone. So for those of you who may have had a landline phone, you know there's really not a lot you can do. You can pick it up and you can just transmit voice data and talk on the phone. Whereas when you think about next-gen 911, think about all of the robust capability that you have in a smartphone, and that's more comparable of what you will see in a next-generation 911 environment. So there are many, many benefits to next-generation 911, and we're just going to briefly touch on 6 of those benefits. So first and foremost, it increases the caller location accuracy reported to the 911 center. We now know that over 80% of 911 calls originate from a wireless device. So just this morning, in my much shorter commute to here versus Atlanta, I still traveled through 3 different counties where if I were to have an emergency, there would have been at least 3 different centers that possibly would have been contacted to provide assistance. Yet our current 911 infrastructure, without paying for partnerships with third-party vendors, oftentimes don't receive the caller location with enough accuracy to immediately dispatch. In next generation 911, we will have the ability to receive the exact location of the caller from the cell phones. As the Deputy State 911 Director, I'm often asked, can you explain to me why Domino's and Uber can find me, or I can watch my rideshare approach and know when they're stopped at traffic lights, how much longer until they arrive. But when I called 911 because my home was on fire, they couldn't find me. And unfortunately, the answer to that question is relatively simple. It's because companies like Uber and Domino's have invested in the infrastructure to receive the location data that our phones can readily receive. And until our 911 infrastructure is upgraded to comparable technology, there will be times when we still continue to struggle to find 911 callers. Increases compatibility with emerging communication trends. 911 callers expect to be able to call, text, send pictures, FaceTime with 911. They expect to be able to communicate using whatever communication forum is most comfortable to them during their emergency. Next generation 911 in a full end state will meet this expectation, allowing callers to contact 911 using the method that best fits their individual or situational need. As an individual need, if you're a member of the deaf or hard of hearing community, you have every right to contact 911 and receive the same level of service as someone who's not a member of the deaf or hard of hearing community. During the last legislative session, rightfully so, there was considerable conversation about keeping students safe in our schools. So if you think about a situational need, in the event that you were to have an active shooter incident, think about teachers having cell phones and being able to text additional information or send pictures or videos. That's extremely powerful to inform first responders of what's going on scene. Lastly, next generation 911 will also position us to keep up with whatever technology is next, because it's being built on the same best practices and principles as emerging technology. Improves emergency response for the public and first responders. First and foremost, it improves call processing times because we now know exactly where the caller's at, so we can begin dispatching. Allows 911 centers to receive additional information that can then be relayed to first responders. So while it may be helpful to tell a law enforcement officer that you're responding to the second floor, the city council room, and you're looking for a female who's 5'2", we're gonna skip my weight, brown hair, blue eyes, and a suit. But it would be even more beneficial to be able to relay all of that information as well as say, we're also sending a picture that we've received from multiple units on scene. So anything that we can do to verify the accuracy of what's actually occurring on scene is extremely impactful for all of our first responders. They can make more informed decisions. Promotes consistent 911 service throughout the state. Part of what we are tasked with doing at JICA is routinely collecting information from our 911 centers about what is your operational budget, what are you able to do, what services do you provide. And we take all of that information and we compile it into one report so we have a statewide snapshot of what's occurring. And what we have found over multiple years is there are striking disparities across the state in the ability of 911 centers and what they're able to process and handle. So while some centers struggle with basic functionality, and I would like to pause and say that is of no fault of their own. I come from a very small rural community where we had a fantastic staff who was dedicated, and I was very proud and honored to work alongside of them. And when they came up with a problem, they found a workaround. But we only had one way for 911 calls to be delivered to our center. So when a chicken truck hit a pole and we didn't have 911 service for 3 days, we continued to work with surrounding centers, but we struggled to even answer the phones, simply because we didn't have the funding to overcome that. Whereas other centers, and typically it's going to be centers that have higher populations and higher 911 revenue, can already handle more complex calls such as live chat, caller video, and on-demand location services. So for Next Generation 911, because we're building an infrastructure that's capable of delivering all of these things, we can start building a baseline level of 911 service. And to put the 911 community at ease, because this is a question that I receive often, we are not advocating that we would build this Next Generation 911 center and say, the day you connect to it, you're expected to use all of the capabilities of Next Gen 911. We fully recognize that our centers need time to adjust, to staff, to train, and to equip, and to prepare. So what we have done is all of our 911 centers in the state are capable of receiving voice calls. So we're advocating that all of our centers connected to the statewide network would receive voice calls. Over 60% of our centers receive text messages, and of the 40% that don't, the vast majority of them want to. So we're saying, as a great starting point for Georgia, let's do voice calls and let's do text messages. And then as the 911 community adapts and they're ready, then we can say we have the majority of them receiving pictures, let's start rolling that out. While also writing our statewide contracts to where if you have centers that are capable of doing more than just voice and text, they have access to those at a discounted price off of the state contract. Increases redundancy and resiliency of the 911 system. So Hurricane Helene really, really highlighted the importance of having this increased redundancy and resiliency. As the hurricane progressed through our state, I didn't have to look at a map. I didn't have to talk to our state meteorologist to know where it was at, because I started receiving all of the notifications that our 911 infrastructure was failing. So at one point, we had Chatham was answering calls from multiple counties, and that's a county that on the daily has a very, very high call volume. And so while they are receiving an influx of 911 calls, they're also fielding calls for all of these other surrounding jurisdictions. And while they were happy to do that, and they brought in staff and they handled it and they did a fantastic job, it's a situation they shouldn't have been put in. Because while Chatham is answering an increased number of calls from their constituents as well as surrounding counties, I have counties in Northwest Georgia saying, is there anything that we can do to provide support? We haven't been affected by this storm. Is there anything we can do? In an NG 911 environment, we would have been able, much like they did in North Carolina, to roll our calls from the areas that were impacted to areas that were not. So in the current 911 environment, in order for you to receive help, your neighbors and your help has to be located near you. In an NG 911 environment, we remove the requirement to be close to those who help. And when you think about redundancy and resiliency, it's very easy to think about disaster activations like Hurricane Helene. It's very apparent why that would be beneficial. But there are other operations on blue sky days when this could be helpful as well. So if you think about UGA, they could go in on the statewide network and they could activate a map and say any calls within 1 mile of Sanford Stadium need to go to this dedicated group of dispatchers or needs to go to this offsite location, so that our county maintains our normal operations and we have a special group of people that can process everything from the football game. Because I can only imagine that has to be a recipe for chaos when you have, a lot of influx of people, perhaps alcohol and football rivalry. And I think, starting next weekend, we'll probably be able to test that theory as football season kicks off. Perhaps I should have asked which stadium to reference in this speech. Lesson learned. Additionally, upgrading ensures we'll have not only an operational 911 system, but a 911 system that's truly meeting the needs. So what you see right now is the telecom industry are making moves to modernize their network. We actually have one carrier that just submitted to the Federal Communications Commission a petition to completely get away from copper technology altogether. And they're not installing more copper. So I think as you see that the telecom industry is innovating and upgrading their networks, 911 also needs to be integrating and innovating and upgrading our networks to continue to keep up. Again, copper technology is becoming obsolete and will be retired nationwide. I will pause and say that 911 is a regulated industry, so we are not going to lose 911 service. But what you will potentially see is telecom providers having to make decisions in, am I going to continue to maintain this failing 911 infrastructure, or am I going to come up with an interim solution to make sure that all of these calls are delivered? Because the state has yet to roll out an NG 911 system. And then again, just repairing the current infrastructure is increasingly problematic because finding replacement parts is difficult, and then also having technicians who understand the technology to even install the parts or fix the infrastructure. So infrastructure upgrades needed for Next Gen 911, we're going to just very quickly talk about 3 of those. First is an emergency service IP network, and that's just a fancy term to say it's a statewide internet network for routing 911 calls. And this is actually going to be the network, it's not the services that use the network. So what Georgia will do is we will build our statewide network to the national standard, and then you have all of your other surrounding jurisdictions that build theirs to the national standard. So regardless of what vendor we use, we're all built to the same standard, so we can then start connecting our networks to make a network of networks for 911 call routing nationwide. And I also put in here that the standard cites the rule of 5 nines. Meaning that this emergency service IP network, we write into our service level agreement that the expectation is it's operational 99.999% of the time. So if we have a downtime of 5 minutes, we activate the service level agreements to really incentivize restoration of that network for our 911 community. And the reason I want to pause and talk about this is oftentimes at the state, we receive calls from 911 saying, hey, my 911 infrastructure is down, and I've reached out to the telecom company, and we've been down for 2 days, or we've been down for 48 hours, we've been down for 3 days. And unfortunately, because that's not a statewide contract, we tell them we're happy to meet with your vendors, but we don't have the authority to tell them they have to restore the network. So a great benefit of this emergency service IP network and it being a state contract is the local centers can call and say, I think there's a problem with the statewide network, and then the state is then the authority is responsible for coordinating with the vendors. So now your 911 community can stay focused on answering 911 calls and processing what's coming into their center instead of having to go into back and forth on having their services restored. And just quickly touching, the National Association of State 911 Administrators routine collects data on where states are at in deploying an emergency service IP network. And this is from May of 2024. There hasn't been a lot of significant changes since then, but you can see any state that is not shaded in either white or gray, depending upon how you see the screen, or purple, and Georgia should be shaded in purple, is a state that's ahead of us in deploying Next Generation 911. So if you look specifically at the Southeast, you see that Alabama and North Carolina, which you'll hear a testimony from in a future meeting, are already in-state fully deployed with their emergency service IP network, whereas all of the other states around us are making progress. And then Next Generation Core Services is the other thing that you will hear in a future meeting that we're seeking funding for. And this is going to be all the software and databases that are needed to actually route the call on the network. So when you think of Next Generation Core Services, you can think of how is it that we're vetting a 911 call is really a 911 call? Where do we keep the mapping data? How do we know which center this jurisdiction or which center should receive a call from within this jurisdiction? So everything that's needed to make the system work is included in Next Generation Core Services. So again, those are the services that operate on the network. If you look at Next Generation Core Services deployment nationwide, again, you'll see any state that is not shaded in gray or white or purple is a state that's ahead of us. Georgia should be shaded in purple. And if you specifically drill down on the Southeast, you'll see that, again, North Carolina is in-state, Alabama is very close to being finished with their project, and then you also have Florida, Tennessee, and South Carolina that are also making progress in deploying. And so while Georgia is behind other states, we have great relationships with states that have gone ahead of us so that we can have their best lessons learned to make sure that we incorporate things that were successful and avoid things they tell us didn't necessarily go as planned. The last thing that I will briefly touch on in a next generation 911 environment that we need funding for is a statewide geographic information system. So geographic information systems and geospatial data are essential components of next gen 911. The precision and accuracy of these mapping data sets truly affect making sure the calls are routed appropriately and also improving response times. And you will hear expert testimony from the Georgia Geospatial Information Office in a future meeting where they can kind of walk you through more of their efforts. But our GIS initiative for NG 911 is our longest standing initiative in Georgia, and I'm very proud of the progress that has been made. The GIO has built a program for local jurisdictions to submit and update all of their GIS data. And as a result of the partnership between the GIO and JICA, those tools remain free for locals to use. So just briefly touching on some of the NG 911 activities that were completed during the 2025 legislative session. The deployment of NG 911 was the top legislative priority for the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia, as voted on by all of their 159 members. And we were fortunate enough to also be invited back to speak at their policy committee meetings for the upcoming legislative session, and we're hopeful, looking at them, that we will also be an initiative for funding this project in the upcoming session. We also have recommendations from Chairman Crow's House Study Committee on Disaster Mitigation and Resilience for funding NG 911, implementing NG 911, and one of the recommendations from that study committee last summer was also conducting this fee study. Governor Kemp signed House Bill 423 into law on 5/8/25, which is the governance portion that's needed to move forward with NG 911. And then also we had the passage of House Resolution 429, which established the study committee. So those are just some high-level overview things that we've completed to date. And I will pause to see if there are any questions, because I know that's a lot of information before we dive into the actual fees.
Committee members, do you have questions of Speaker? Welcome, Representative Camp.
Thank you.
We're sorry our traffic was tough getting through Atlanta. We'll blame it on Sandy Springs since they're not here.
Okay.
Anybody from Sandy Springs in the room, apologize to the mayor for me. I'm sorry about that down there. I don't know. Yeah. Any questions? If not, we'll go right into the history of the 911 fees. And I will say this is, we understand when I said earlier about the $1.50, we understand that the revenue source. When I said we're not planning to go to $1.55 or $1.35, but what my intention was not that it would be magically cost less than we may get presentations of. It's just that we don't have a preconceived notion coming in of what that would be. Some people think you can just throw another dollar at a fee and it doesn't bother anybody. The House tends to take a little bit different view from that. It's all the money belongs to you until government at some level takes it to provide a service. So when we finish here, I'm looking around the room and I see some pretty smart people that do this and play in this field every day. So we're going to make sure we know what you suggest we need from Georgia and try to level that across the state and devise a way to be the most appropriate to get that revenue and just that amount of revenue to provide that service that you do. So that gave you a bit of a time instruction to get a drink and catch your breath. And are you going to be
Yes.
driving forward on the history of the 911?
Have me for the remainder.
Yeah, tell us those. We want to keep those in the lockbox they're in. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right, so we will go ahead and segue to funding 911 in Georgia. On the agenda, we have it divided into the history of 911 fees, collection and disbursement of 911 fees, and the use of 911 fees. So for the presentation, to kind of group like things together, we're going to talk about the history and the collection and disbursement of non-prepaid charges, and then we'll talk about the same topics for prepaid wireless charges. I'm also going to talk about some 911 fee collection trend data that we see on a national level and Georgia, some eligible uses of 911 fees, and that's going to include what are eligible uses in Georgia statute, and then I will turn it over to GEMA Homeland Security General Counsel Anna Burton to discuss federal regulations using 911 fees. And then we're also going to close out with the 911 fee reporting requirements for the state as well as federal requirements. So the non-prepaid charge, under OCGA 465134.2, counties and municipalities that operate or contract for the operation of a 911 center can adopt an ordinance or resolution to impose a non-prepaid 911 charge. And so when you think of a non-prepaid 911 charge, that's going to be a $1.50 charge that is added to each monthly cell phone bill on wireline, wireless, voice over IP telephone services. So you will see several years back there was discussion about how there was discrepancies in how much the fee was assessed on each type of connection. So wirelines were $1.50, whereas wireless telephones were $1, and then prepaid, which we'll discuss in the future, were 75 cents per transaction. There was a 2013 study committee, and one of the recommendations of that modernization report was that we really needed to make all of these different types of connection the same amount. So they increased the non-prepaid 911 charge on wireless and VoIP as well as prepaid to $1.50 to be comparable with wireless. So another legislative change that you'll see in the history of these non-prepaid fees is beginning January 1 of 2019, the telephone service suppliers, so you can think of all of your internet providers, you can think of all your wireless providers, your landline providers, were required to report and remit these fees directly to the Georgia Department of Revenue. And this was a change because prior to January 1 of 2019, the telecom providers would collect these fees monthly, and then they would remit them directly to the 911 centers. So there really was no oversight on how many fees were being collected statewide, and it was difficult to kind of establish trends, and you didn't have a lot of 911 centers coming together and saying, hey, I'm seeing an increase in these fees or a decrease in these fees. They were simply getting their checks and they were cashing them. So now what you see is with all of the fees being delivered to the Department of Revenue, there's also some additional requirements that help us kind of track trends and that different type of stuff. So also with non-prepaid charges, all telephone services that are billed to federal, state, or local governments are exempt from the non-prepaid 911 charge. And your telephone subscribers are required to report how many exempted lines there are statewide per jurisdiction so that we can also track to see how many lines are exempt, if that number is increasing or decreasing. Telephone service suppliers are required to report monthly the amount of charges collected per each type of telephone service. So when they remit their reports, not only do they say we collected this amount of 911 fees for Dawson County on contracted devices, but we collected this much for wireline, this much for voice over IP, and this much for wireline. And those are reports that we also can pass along to our 911 centers. The law also allows for cost recovery, so telephone service suppliers can assess a 911 cost recovery fee, and that fee, the intention of that is to allow your telecom subscribers to recoup some of the costs for providing 911 services. The statute does state that the cost recovery fee cannot exceed 45 cents per month, and it can be included in existing cost recovery or regulatory recovery fees billed to the subscriber. The other thing the law is very clear on, and one reason that I wanted to include cost recovery in the discussion of the contracted fees, is that your telecom subscribers are prohibited from deducting that 45 cents per month per line from the 911 fee. So it has to be a separate fee. They're not allowed to take those fees from the 911 centers. So on how the 911 fees are dispersed, every month the Georgia Department of Revenue collects all of these fees from the telecom providers, and they remit 0.25% of those fees to the state treasury, and that is for us contracting with the Department of Revenue to collect all of the fees, to disperse them, and to provide the reports. That is their compensation for that. 0.75% of the fees are currently remitted to the Police Officer Annuity and Benefit Fund, and 1% of the remitted charges are actually given to the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority, and that is for our operational budget, and we're very careful in making sure that any of the fees that we use are very strictly used just for 911 purposes. If the return is filed timely and accurately, the service suppliers can also retain 1% of those 911 fees. So after you have a reduction of these 3% fees that are taken off of the top of all of the contracted fees that are collected in the state, the Department of Revenue then disperses the charges to all of the jurisdictions based upon the enhanced zip code. So when we had conversations with the Department of Revenue, they're very clear in saying the Georgia Department of Revenue does not make decisions in how the 911 fees are dispersed. They are a conduit, and they disperse those fees exactly as told by the telecom providers. So the telecom providers will tell them X amount of money goes to jurisdiction A, and we are telling you that it's that amount of money because these were the fees that were collected within their enhanced zip code, and then they disperse them. The counties and cities are required to deposit all of these fees in a separate fund that is known as the Emergency Telephone System Fund. These funds cannot be commingled with any other funds, and they have to be used specifically for 911 purposes. So local jurisdictions actually receive 97% of all of the non-prepaid charges. Non-prepaid charges disbursement continued. So the Georgia Department of Revenue monthly provides distribution reports for non-prepaid charges, and these reports actually detail the total allocation amount, the distribution date, the payment allocation date range, the disbursement jurisdictions, and the amount that each jurisdiction receives. And these reports are publicly available on our website. So if you look at this, you can see I've highlighted some areas, but I really wanted to pause and look at the disbursement jurisdictions because they're always listed this way. So anytime you see State of Georgia, those will be the fees that are remitted that month for the Georgia Department of Revenue for our contract with them. The Georgia Emergency Communications Authority is always listed next, and then the Police Officer Annuity and Benefit Fund, their fees are also listed. And then after that, the remaining jurisdictions, whether it's a county or a municipality, are just listed alphabetically with the amount of money that they collected. These reports are publicly available on GECA's website. We try to maintain at least 2 years of these reports, but we do have a file that we can share if anyone is interested that has these reports since we migrated to this system, if anyone is interested in looking at all of those fund reports. In addition to the publicly available reports for contracted fees, we also send each eligible jurisdiction a detailed distribution report. So on the detailed distribution report, this is going to let the 911 center know, the taxpayer name will list the jurisdiction, it'll let them know the filing period, the type of fee, how much was collected, and the amount. And this is really impactful for them because they can go back and start looking at their fees, and this is how you can start assessing, am I down in wireline, am I increasing, why am I seeing any fluctuation in my 911 fees, or kind of forecast what they anticipate the revenue will be. This information, according to statute, is confidential and proprietary, so in order for jurisdictions to receive these detailed distribution reports, they have to sign a non-disclosure agreement and return that to GECA. And again, these reports, the intention of them, as they're provided from the telecom providers, provides all of this information to the Department of Revenue, and then the Department of Revenue provides these reports to GECA, and then we go through and provide these reports to the local jurisdiction so that they can use them to assess the accuracy of their 911 fee collections and remittance. All right, so I'm going to pause to see if there are any questions on postpaid or non-prepaid charges on contracted devices.
Is it on? Thank you, Ms. Wright, for the intense testimony.
Sorry.
You've thrown a lot at us, but just real quickly, and I was trying to read the report you showed in it was a 2023 report, DOR report. You say that what are the annual revenues now? You say your budget's 1% of that amount, so how much is your budget?
So our budget fluctuates anywhere from 2.4 to 2.5 million, and your 911 revenues are around 250 million combined for both of them. And I have some slides too where you can see that prepaid fees are trending down, wire lines are trending down. Overall, your non-prepaid fees are increasing, but just slightly.
Well, logically, I know that in my household, going from one landline to effectively 6 cell phones at one time when all our children are at home, then that's 6 times the revenue that would have historically been coming in from one landline. So is it not true that with the proliferation of cell phones that there's more revenue than ever coming in? I couldn't see it trending down anywhere.
So the Federal Communication Commission they publish a report on consumer usage of different types of stuff, as well as some of your national associations, and we will discuss what their trends are finding. Because you'll see, like, for example, you do have people who are migrating from using prepaid because it's become more cost-effective for them to get into a contracted as opposed to paying per use. So your 911, your prepaid fees are trending downward, and you would anticipate to have an increase in your cell phones, but because you have so many people who are getting away from landline technology, or they're choosing to use standalone internet access without voice over IP, and if you don't have voice over IP and you have standalone internet only, then you're not able to assess a fee on standalone internet. So what you see is your prepaid
Let me interrupt
fees-
you just for a second. What does standalone internet mean? I don't quite understand that.
So standalone internet is where you don't have like an IP phone line. It's just an internet connectivity. So something that you would use like your streaming internet or something, but there's not like a phone number where you can dial on that.
Let me also, because you're talking technical terms and
Yes.
we're laymen up here, that's the broadband that comes into your house. That
Yes.
just brings the cable. It's the pipe that comes into your house that has no,
It's the copper but now fiber coming into your home, but
Yes.
there's no calls being made over that. Or are you describing there are calls being made over that?
So you can use standalone internet, like a broadband connection, because you have, like, you could turn off all of your cellular connectivity and turn on Wi-Fi calling, and you would still be capable of contacting 911 using a broadband connection. But there
there's
are,
no fee associated with that.
no, there are federal regulations that state that you can't tax broadband access. You can tax some uses of the internet, but you can't tax the connection, which is why we're able to assess a fee on voice over IP, because that is specifically using the internet for dialing purposes, for calling purposes.
Think about kids play these games, they talk back and forth.
Yeah, so when, I mean, I got my first FaceTime telephone call. I didn't even know you could do that, but someone called me. On a situation like that, there's no fees being collected.
No, if you have a child who has an iPad that doesn't have a SIM in it, doesn't have a contract, doesn't have internet, you're not paying for a connectivity for that iPad, and they're just connecting to publicly available Wi-Fi networks, they can still contact 911, but we're not collecting fees on that, no.
Is there a methodology at all? If someone's, so, okay, all right.
Well, and to put
stand
you at
down.
ease, because I would want to know, there are other states who have looked at taxing device connectivity, and we do have Mission Critical Partners, who is a public safety consultant that has worked with other states, and they actually even have someone on staff who come from a jurisdiction that looked at that funding mechanism. And so we have asked them to make sure that they discuss the different ways that other states have applied 911 fees, so that you all will have more options, or at least more of an awareness of what other states have done that are perhaps a little bit further along than us in the process.
Thank you.
I got one question.
great question, Chairman Wilson. Yeah,
Can you go to the next slide, please? It was about that one about the signing the non-disclosure. Tell me what information is being given that you're having to sign the NDA on. What would be, private information that they're getting? Is it customers? Is it names?
Yeah, so what you will see is in the taxpayer name, that's actually going to be the telephone subscriber. And so if you look at the total amount of fees remitted and the taxpayer subscriber, they're looking at making sure that they're safeguarding their customer base and their accounts and that type of stuff. So that information is being held confidential at
Is
the
it being
request.
given? Is it being given out?
It's being given to the 911 centers, yes. And the law actually states that a telecom provider, in the event that some of this information is disclosed inappropriately, the telecom providers do have the right to come in and audit and ask, how exactly was this information made publicly available? So part of what we have done at JICA is, knowing that this information, the confidentiality has to be maintained, we created a 911 fee portal where our 911 community, each jurisdiction has 2 different access points, and they sign the non-disclosure agreement. We give them access to the credentials, and when they log in, it date and time stamps who's accessing, and they can only view their data. So it goes in, and if you're associated with Dawson County, then when you log in, you can only see Dawson County's information, to make sure that we are maintaining the confidentiality of the information.
We have a question from Representative Chairman Camp, but to follow up on Chairman Williamson, that's one of the reasons that we're sort of here, is because people are migrating. They may not be today, but they're migrating to the point where instead of 6 phones in your house, if you have a family of 4 with kids under 12, they may have devices that operate. And over time, if you would tax horseshoes being put on, that you would one day, there's not as many horses on the roads as there were, so we wouldn't have been able to pay for the roads. So, well, we'll tax gas. I think we moved to that. So that's what we're trying to do. Chairman Camp, welcome, and I know, again, apologize for the traffic. You had a question.
You did not do the traffic, Chairman Martin. We're good. We're good. All right. So my question is the disbursement. For example, I have 5 phone lines, 2 iPads, and an Apple Watch on my wireless account that I pay for. But the Apple Watch, an iPad, and one of the cell phones is actually in Athens, Georgia.
Yes.
How is the disbursement made when obviously she's not paying her phone bill because, you know, I'm a nice mom, and she doesn't live anywhere close to where I pay this phone bill?
Right. So according to the law, those
Just
fees.
let me say that these are not planted questions.
No, it's fine.
No, I know. It's just, this is another reason why you hit exactly, the work we're trying to do. Thank you for the question.
Yes. So the way that our law is currently written, those 911 fees would still be dispersed based upon the enhanced zip code. So we have had members from the 911 community come forward and say whether it's seasonal travel, they have an influx of individuals that, you know, it may be getting colder, so now we have people moving to warmer areas in Georgia, or this situation that you spoke to where you have college students, where you have an influx during so many different months. We've had jurisdictions come forward and say, we don't necessarily know if the way that these 911 fees are dispersed is the most equitable. So we have also asked mission critical partners to look at how other states disperse their 911 fees. So just a couple of examples to kind of put you at ease so that you, because I would always want to know, like, what's next? I like an agenda, knowing what's next. Some other states actually use a formula based upon the previous 5 years, and they disperse 911 fees that way. Or some actually disperse 911 fees based upon primary place of use instead of enhanced zip code. So at the authority, we're not advocating for any particular disbursement method, but we have received feedback from the 911 community that there are 911 centers that don't feel as though they get their equitable share of 911 fees. So that is a topic that we do hope to explore and get some recommendations perhaps for.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, perfect. So now we are going to talk about prepaid wireless charges. So under OCGA 465134.2, counties and municipalities that operate or contract for the operation of a 911 center can also adopt an ordinance or a resolution to impose a prepaid wireless fee. And what's different about the prepaid wireless fee is this is actually collected at the retail point of sale. So anyone who sells any type of prepaid wireless service, and we'll go over some examples of that and the definition of that, they are required to actually collect these at the retail point of sale, and then they remit them to the Georgia Tax Center to be dispersed by the Georgia Department of Revenue. So when you think of prepaid wireless service, you can think of any wireless telecommunication connection that the customer pays for in advance. So the 2 most basic that I think of is if you have someone who's going in to purchase additional minutes to be added to their phone at the time of purchase, or if you have someone who's going in and purchasing a calling card. It's any type of situation where you're paying for connectivity in advance. So there are a few exemptions on the prepaid wireless transactions that are not subject to charges. So for both of these, if it's less than 10 minutes or $5, one is if it's sold with a prepaid wireless device for a single non-itemized price, the retailer can elect not to assess the fee. If it's less than 10 minutes or 5 minutes and it's sold as part of like a single retail transaction and it doesn't contain a prepaid wireless device or another prepaid service, they can elect not to assess the fee. And then lastly, if it is a phone that's being provided to a member of the low-income community, it's a low-income subscriber, then the 911 fee is not assessed. And I really say all of that just to say that there are exceptions in the law where we are not collecting the prepaid wireless fee, depending upon if the retailer chooses to impose that fee or not. Diversion of 911 prepaid wireless fees. So Georgia was classified by the Federal Communication Commission as a 911 fee diverter state in 2010, 2011, and 2012. So the state's fee diversion was actually discussed in a 2013 report by the U.S. Government Accountability Office. And in a written response that's included in this report, a Georgia official who is not named stated that Georgia law did not require these prepaid charges that were being collected and remitted to the through the Georgia Tax Center. Georgia law did not require that these funds be given back to the 911 centers. Rather, the law stated that these funds were collected and deposited into the state's general fund in accordance with state law. So that is the reason that we were classified as a fee diverter state, is because we had $20 million of 911 fees that were collected and never appropriated to 911 centers. So as you can imagine, the 911 community come forward and said they were struggling with their budgets then as they're struggling with their budgets now. And so some recommendations and some changes that come forth when JICA was being discussed from the 2013 Fee Study Committee. In addition to saying we need to level how much we're charging on all of the 911 fees, another recommendation was looking at centralized collection of 911 fees and having an authority whose primary purpose was administering, auditing, collecting, and remitting 911 fees for the benefits of local governments. And I really want to pause and say, one reason that it's so important for JICA to be standing before you talking about the importance of making sure that we're meeting the funding needs for 911 centers is, first and foremost, I firsthand understand what it's like to be in a 911 center where we were struggling and having to make budgetary calls and trying to find workarounds when we couldn't afford to do those things. And it's a terrible position to be choosing technology to empower your staff that are currently employed for you versus choosing additional employees who would then be able to use that technology. Because I had to choose between making their salaries compatible and comparative to surrounding counties or paying for technology. So it's a wicked problem to be in trying to allocate funds. So for the 911 community, when they started discussing centralized collection, there was fear that if the non-prepaid, so all of your contracted and your prepaid fees were all remitted through the state, that the 911 centers wouldn't receive those fees again. So in response to that, when JICA was created, our primary purpose, again, is overseeing 911 revenues for the benefit of local governments and making sure that we're meeting their needs and advocating and accurately relaying what it is that they need. But additionally, in the law, it states, under no circumstances shall payments of 911 fees be or deemed to be revenues of the state. And such payments shall not be subject or available for appropriation by the state for any other purpose, with any other purpose being any other purpose than 911. So additionally, some other changes for prepaid wireless charges effective January 1 of 2019. The prepaid wireless fee was increased from 75 cents to $1.50 per transaction. The sellers are required to remit and report the fees electronically to the Georgia Tax Center, which is a continuation of their practice. And the DOR will disperse the fees to local governments monthly rather than annually. Yes.
If you don't mind, just clarify that. Other than the exemptions for the economically disadvantaged, or whatever our terminology is, you're saying that the prepaid fees per transaction, so for example, if you have somebody that spends $25, make it easy, $20 a week just paying on their card, they're paying $1.50 4 times a month.
Yes.
Or every week. So that's inherently not fair, especially the people that certainly needs revisiting. I don't think that that's a good model. It's not a fair model anyhow. But that's what's happening, correct?
Yeah, they're paying per transaction, yes.
If it's anything over $5.
$5 or 10 minutes, yes, yeah.
Thank you.
I want to pause. Okay, perfect. All right, so when we're talking about prepaid wireless charges, again, the Department of Revenue collects all of these fees. The retailers submit them to the Department of Revenue, and then the Department of Revenue disperses 0.25% back to the state treasury, and that is for our contract for the Department of Revenue to oversee and maintain all of these fees. 0.75% of the fees are remitted to the Police Officer Annuity and Benefit Fund, and 1% of fees are remitted to JICA for our operational budget. And I should have also included this in the discussion for non-prepaid. The 0.75 that is remitted to the Police Officer Annuity and Benefit Fund is remitted to cover 911's participation in the retirement fund. So there was an actuarial study, and 911 became eligible to participate in the fund several years back. And so the 911 fees there are being used to pay for 911's participation in the fund. And prior to 911 being eligible to participate in POAB, 1% of the total fees were remitted to the state treasury. So in an effort to make sure that 911 communities, local jurisdictions didn't have a reduction in their 911 fees because of the eligibility for POAB, that 0.75% was taken from the Georgia Department of Revenue share and then allocated to the Police Officer Annuity and Benefit Fund. So when this change occurred, there was no impact to the 911 center's budget. It impacted the Department of Revenue and the state treasury. Did you have a follow-up question? Because I seen.
Let me drive here because we got a couple of questions going at the same time. I want to call them in order.
Okay.
Governor's Floor Leader, Representative McDonald.
Question, what is the percentage of prepaid phones out there compared to monthly phones? Because what I'm looking at is, am I doing something wrong? Okay. Looking at the change in the 0.25 compared to the 0.1, kind of, is that because it costs more to implement this and from the state to monitor it? And also another question, go ahead and answer that, then I've got one more.
Okay, so making sure, if you could repeat that for me just one
The
time.
first question was
Okay.
the percentage of prepaid versus monthly people that are on a contract with a provider.
So you will see that, and we'll kind of skip ahead. So at its peak in 2012, the market share for the wireless has been declining for prepaid charges. At its peak, it was 23.4%, and now for prepaid overall market share, you're looking at about 14.1%. And then we will also talk about some of the other wirelines, but you do see that your wireless fees are increasing, but you have your wireline and prepaid fees off.
Sorry, I got ahead. I didn't know.
No, you're
I
fine. You're
apologize.
completely fine.
My
You're
other-
fine.
My other question,
Representative, let me just further clarify. That is a percentage of revenue, not a percentage of phone.
no.
Or I'm asking that. Is it, when you say you went from 23 to 14, is that a percentage of device, or is that a percentage of device
Could it
slash
be-
$1.50 times the number of devices and then laid over the revenue? Because the revenue from a prepaid phone may be different. I mean,
Yes.
as
Yes, so
Chairman
that is
Williamson
just
mentioned.
going to be the trends in the industry and the consumer use.
But is it based on revenue or number of prepaid devices?
I would
I'm
say
thinking revenue.
that, yeah,
Okay,
and
fair enough.
I will go back and double check. I have links for those reports, but I will
Yeah,
double check to make sure
perfect.
that's fair.
Okay.
Please continue.
And that, I guess that would kind of led into my other question, with these providers or sellers, are the state, are we, monitoring, because these are, small transactions, are we getting all the funds from these sales? Or are there some bad actors out there that sell these prepaid phones, not, monthly, we can monitor a lot more, but these prepaids,
Yes.
that are, people are mobile or transient, are we getting the full funds, or are there sellers out there that aren't really doing what they're supposed to do and providing the money to the state?
So in that vein, the law also states that the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority, in combination with the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority Board, is authorized to establish an audit schedule. And the law further states that if the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority partners with the Georgia Department of Revenue to conduct these audits, it can't go past 3 years in compliance with sales tax laws. There are some things where if you have some retailers or some telecom providers that are not compliant with the law, then the 3-year limitation on being able to audit can be waived. So there are provisions in the law where we can audit the 911 fees. We have talked to the Georgia Department of Revenue, and they have said that the law authorizes them to conduct these audits, but it does not specifically state that they are required to conduct these audits. The law also states that JICA. Yeah.
There you go. In the interest of time, I think what we're on to here is we want to make sure we're getting the money that's due to people. And if the members would allow, because we're already a little bit behind schedule, and in order to keep it, what I'm going to suggest is we take this to a next meeting and we invite Mr. Frank O'Connor, the current revenue commissioner to send someone from his staff or to send us some information on what their take is. Because I think what she's telling us is someone's going to need to direct them to do it. They have the ability to do it, but they need direction from the executive branch or perhaps encouragement from the legislative branch. So if we could take that forward to the next meeting and bring in experts, we'll do that. Chairman Camp.
Well, mine's really short. So 0.75% remitted fees to the peace officers annuity. I know that was to try to bring in more dispatchers, more 911 operators in to be a part of the POAB if they so chose. Have you seen an uptick in individuals who are 911 operators who are now members of this organization, given that it's about $1.6 million annually going towards that organization?
So we recently attended the POAB board meeting where they did a report out, and from what I recall on that, there are approximately 400 members from the 911 community. When I reviewed the actuarial study on the General Assembly website, some of the numbers predicted there being closer to 1,200 or 1,400 members in the fund because they looked at participation from jailers to kind of anticipate what 911s would be. We have been working with Homer Bryson. We actually emailed over a list of questions, and they are finalizing their year-end report that they have agreed to share with us, as well as some of the additional questions that we will relay upon receipt.
All right, I would be very interested in seeing those numbers. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Carry on.
Okay, perfect. All right, so going back to prepaid, if the telecom providers actually remit the fees timely and accurately, they get to keep 3% of the fees. The Georgia Department of Revenue, the vendor actually gets to keep 3% of the fees remitted. The DOR for prepaid then actually disperses the remaining 911 fees based upon a jurisdiction's population. So if you have 10% of the state's population, then you would get 10% of all of the 911 fees that are collected. So I say all of this to really highlight that local jurisdictions right now currently receive 95% of all of the prepaid charges that are collected for the state. Going back for prepaid wireless charges, the Department of Revenue also provides monthly reports, distribution reports that are publicly available. They contain all of the same information as the non-prepaid reports, and these reports are also publicly available on JICA's website. All right. So I know that I gave you a lot of information. I think it was called intense, and it feels intense here too. So just a one-page summary for the 911 fees is like if a one quick pager. So for prepaid wireless fees, the prepaid wireless fee is collected at the retail point of sale for wireless telephone service. The last increase was from 75 cents to $1.50 per transaction in 2018. And locals receive 95% of these fees, which are distributed according to the population. Same percentage of state population is what you get as percentage of the 911 fees. And then talking about prepaid charges, so your contracted devices, this is going to be a monthly $1.50 fee on all non-prepaid wireline, wireless, and VoIP telephone services, and locals receive 97% of these fees, which are distributed based upon enhanced zip code. So just that one quick summary page I thought would kind of be helpful.
All right, let's go. Chairman Crowe.
Thank you. Thank you for that summary page. And you notice the difference I was noticing in the 95% versus the 97%. That's the difference in the 1% versus the 3% that the provider or the service provider or the retailer gets.
Yes, that is correct.
What's the rationale behind the difference in that 1 to 3%? Do you know?
I do not, in full transparency. I do not.
Okay, thanks.
Chairman Williamson.
So you reference the populations where basically the use of phones, and Chairman Camp alluded to this earlier. Have any states figured out where you have population moves, students coming in, or for example, Florida, you can't help but think about Florida with the snowbirds going down there intensely for 6 months a year. Have any states figured out how to more equitably fund the services that are needed in these seasonal high population areas? I think about Raymond County and the lakes up in North Georgia. A lot of people summer up there from Florida. When the population explodes in an area because of seasonal activity, have any states figured that out?
So you do have other states that have chosen to implement different disbursement methods. I would say that all of the other disbursement methods also come with their advantages and disadvantages. But with that being an interest, I will definitely make sure that when we speak to mission critical partners that we tell them that we're particularly interested in looking at population flux, ebb and flow.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. All right, so now we are going to talk about 911 fee collection trends.
If I may, but before, I want to recognize two people before you take us to our next thing. Joining us in the back of the room are our colleague from the Senate, the lower chamber. No, our colleague from the Senate and Chairman of the Public Safety, Senator John Albers. Senator, I think we're in your district, are we not? Sure are. All right, welcome. Thank you for being here. He has also appointed a group from within his standing committee to look at this over the interim, and we'll be working with them. This is a House committee created by authorization, so it can't be a joint committee, but we're looking forward to working with the senators. And Senator, I thank you for being here. And if I might take a little liberty, and somebody we're really proud of in North Fulton, most recently, president of the Georgia Student Finance Commission. She has previously been treasurer of the state of Georgia, and before that she was commissioner of revenue, so we might be able to lean on her experience for a little bit of that last question. Former county commissioner, former colleague of ours in the state house, recently retired from her public service, but we appreciate her so very much. Lynn Riley joined us here this morning, and to bury the lead with all that. Unless I do something really bad in the next couple of months, she has volunteered to help in the House 49 office this year. I'm just not seeing her shaking her head up and down, but maybe she'll help us, at least help us. Well, I guess, Lynn, it's just you help me so much, even though you don't even know it. You'll be helping us as we go back down to the Capitol. She's just a great wealth of knowledge to me personally, and for that. So I look very much forward to having you here today and speaking when we have a break. Please carry on.
All right, perfect. So 911 fee collection trends, when discussing prepaid wireless charges, there's a report titled The Prepaid Wireless Service in the United States, and for this particular report, it was year ending 2023 results. It was published in September of 2024 by the Cellular Telecommunications Industry Association. A couple of key findings from that report, including the prepaid share of the wireless market has been declining since its peak of 23.4% at the end of 2012. At the end of 2023, the prepaid share of the overall wireless market had declined from its peak of 23.4% of the total market to 14.1% of the total market. It's likely that the reduction in prices for contracted services that you see as telecom providers, wireless providers are becoming more competitive with their service plans to increase their customer base has significantly reduced the cost savings that individuals can see from using a prepaid service versus a contracted service. And back to some points that were made earlier, because this is based upon retail transaction, you may have had an individual who was purchasing minutes or usage, additional usage more than one time a month. So it may be that they were contributing more than $1.50 per month, whereas now if they're on a contracted device, you see that they're only paying the $1.50 one time for that particular connection point. If you look at 911 fee collection trends for non-prepaid charges, the FCC published the Voice Telephone Service Report in November of 2024 with the year-end results of 2023. Key findings of that report actually shows that there's been a dramatic decline in the number of landlines, and that includes both local exchange access and voice over IP in Georgia over the last 10 years. So if we really drill down on that, we can see in 2013, we had 4.1 million landlines, and that included local exchange services and voice over IP. If you look at the end of 2023, we only have 2.4 million landlines, including local exchange and voice over IP. So from 2013 to 2023, we have seen a total loss of 1.7 million landlines that are being charged $1.50 per month. So this cord-cutting trend seems to have accelerated in the past few years as many consumers are deciding that they no longer want to pay for voice over IP. They just want to have a standalone internet connection that doesn't include that VoIP. And consumers, again, do not pay a 911 fee on standalone internet access. They're only paying the $1.50 if they choose to get internet access and bundle with a voice over IP phone number. Other conversations that I've had with members of the 911 community is they've come forward and expressed concern because they have jurisdictions that, as they are now migrating away from this copper technology where there was kind of a 1-to-1 ratio with phone lines and each phone line was paying a 911 fee. Now they're migrating to VoIP systems or multi-line telephone systems, and I had one jurisdiction come forward and say, I actually own a business where I live, and my 911 fee, just fictitious number, I was paying a 911 fee on 20 different lines. But then when I migrated to this new service, now I'm only paying one 911 fee. So part of what the 911 community has asked us is to make sure that we're looking at making sure that we are collecting a 911 fee from all of the different avenues that things can be used to collect 911. So thinking about different ways that fees are assessed, Apple Watches are talking about if you have telematics in your vehicle that can automatically contact 911. And a next generation 911, you're going to have more devices on the Internet of Things that are capable of connecting with 911. So we're going to continue to have an influx of 911 calls from different devices. And how do we make sure that we're capturing and assessing a fee on different ways of contacting 911? So I'll pause to see if there are any questions on that, because I know there was conversation on this earlier.
Chairman Williamson is recognized for question.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. And you can see I'm brand new to this discussion, and most of my colleagues have vast experience on either as first responders or are very familiar with 911 systems. But I do know that a lot of 911 calls are non-emergency. I hate to
Yes.
say frivolous, but non-emergency. Is there any tracking of how many calls are coming in that are actually non-emergency calls?
So most of our 911 centers do not have analytics, and so they do self-report a lot of data, and we can tell you how many calls are coming in over 911 as far as through the 911 infrastructure by someone dialing 911 as opposed to dialing a 10-digit number. But it would be up to the locals to flag if a call coming in on 911
Could you
was
venture
not.
a guess?
I would hate to guess.
Well, maybe somebody from the audience can, after the break, can
Yes.
share that. Somebody's got their hand up back there. So,
So the lady, just for those that are listening, the lady recognized that in Stevens County, I believe, is that correct? Stevens County, 75% are non-emergency, 25% emergency.
which begs the question, or any, again, I'm just looking at best practices in other locales, is anyone identifying non-emergency calls and charging the person an extra fee for a non-emergency call, or over, like if it's an abusive pattern, it seems to me that those callers need to be paying a higher fee.
So there are some criminal statutes for inappropriate use of 911 that are on the books. The other thing is, I know in previous legislative sessions, there was conversation about assessing a fee for contacting 911. Some of the conversations around that included a fear of de-incentivizing people contacting 911 during actual emergencies. So, yes.
But so there's been discussion, but are you aware of any systems nationwide that are successfully decreasing the number of frivolous calls and freeing up more time and resources for the actual emergency calls?
So you do have states, and you actually have some centers in Georgia that are working to educate their 911 community. So if you look at the city of Atlanta, they have actually implemented online reporting portals. So in the event that you don't have an emergency, you don't have to contact 911, you can submit a service request through a portal. You also see in Georgia, 211-311, they actually presented during your committee meeting on how they can be a resource for 911, because it's not uncommon for someone to call 911 and say, my power is out and when is it going to be restored? So working to educate your 911 or your 911 stakeholders and all of the individuals contacting 911 to say, here are other resources and avenues that you can collect. The other thing that's really unique and innovative about Next Generation 911 is now that all of your vendors for Next Generation 911 understand how an NG911 works, they're all looking to make their networks more innovative. So we recently met with one vendor, and they were talking about how can you build your networks to be smarter? How can you build a network that will help you flag duplicate calls and help you kind of triage some of those duplicate calls? Because we're also using internet technology, there's considerable conversations about how do we safely and responsibly integrate artificial intelligence in the call triaging for 911. So once we build this upgraded infrastructure that has more capability, we can also start looking at how can we innovate to make it so that we're decreasing duplicate calls, or we have help in processing calls faster. So those are some conversations that are being had, yes.
Or I like what you're saying there, but quickly triage to your point and swap them to another operator that could be staffing the non-emergency calls.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
Chairman Camp, Chairlady Camp.
Thank you. I was a 911 dispatcher, and that was kind of the first job I had, and I was a 911 dispatcher off and on for the next 8 years once I began. And the reason I'm bringing this up is back in the day, a long time ago, when someone called in an alarm, it's because a landline sent that signal to the alarm company and reported it. Now I have 3 different properties that have cellular that sends it to a third party, and that third party, probably out of state, calls in to 911. There's no 911 fee being collected at any point during this duration. Is that something that's being explored?
So I do think these are conversations going back to looking at what all devices are capable of contacting 911 and what all we can assess fees on to make sure that we are collecting 911 fees from as much of a tax base as we can.
Definitely. But in this case, I mean, the only reason that anyone would ever contact 911 is because there actually is an alarm going off. But yet there's no fee being collected. So that's certainly just food for thought.
Yep. All right. So now if we look at Georgia fee collection from 2020 to 2025, and these are calendar years. So if you look at our prepaid wireless fee, our highest was over 46 million, and that was in 2021 and 2022. What we're seeing now is a steady decrease in the total amount of prepaid wireless fees that are being collected. So we are down from our highest of being 46,323,000 to last year we collected 43,966,000. You also see that there is a slight uptick in our non-prepaid. In the past 2 years, we've gone from a little over 202 million to 204 million. And you would anticipate that what you would see is as our prepaid fees are going down, our wireless fees are increasing, but you have that increase being offset because we're losing wire lines. So what you're seeing is a very small marginal increase in the overall 911 fee collection. And if you look specifically at where we are at this year, so during January of 2024 through August of 2024, last calendar year, we collected approximately $165 million in 911 fees year to date. During that same time period this year, we've collected $164 million. So year to date, we're already at a 1% decrease in a total 911 fee collection this calendar year compared to this same period last year. And I think this is really relevant, especially when we start having conversations if we know that next generation 911 is going to be more expensive than our current 911 infrastructure. And until we are fully transitioned to next generation 911, we still have to maintain our current 911 infrastructure and our next generation 911 infrastructure. So we have 911 fees that are not increasing significantly, and then we have an increase in the overall cost of operating a new system while also maintaining the current infrastructure. So I say that to say our current funding model and mechanism will in no way cover this project. So funding concerns from the 911 community, on average, 911 fees cover about 55% of most 911 centers' budget, which means that they are already supplementing their 911 budgets with general fund dollars. And when we talk to our 911 directors or we talk to county or municipal leadership, their primary concern and barrier cited for next generation 911 is funding. And so when we tell them, we understand that this is more expensive. We have some jurisdictions that because the state has not already implemented a system, their infrastructure was failing and they had to go ahead and migrate to another solution. They didn't have an option. And so they have come back and said, this is incredibly expensive, but we had to do it, and I don't have any more fees to offset the cost. And so part of the conversations with the 911 community has also been in telling them that we understand this costs more and that we're advocating for additional funding, because we recognize that we can build a state-of-the-art 911 infrastructure, but if we don't have funding for our locals to connect to and maintain that infrastructure, they can't afford the equipment or the staffing or whatever it may be. When they already are in a budget crisis, it simply is going to be cost prohibitive. So telling our 911 centers that we are advocating for additional funding, whether that is through an increase in the 911 fee, additional appropriations, federal grants, or a combination of the funding mix, which is what you see in other states. We're advocating for that. And the feedback that I get from the 911 community is that while we really appreciate that you recognize that this is more costly and that we can't afford to do this, and we are grateful to hear that we're trying to adjust the funding concern for NG 911. That doesn't help me today because I'm already struggling with my budget today. I'm already having to make choices between giving raises for people who deserve it, who are making less than people who are employed at Aldi with a lot less responsibility. And technology. I'm already having to make hard budget decisions. So not only do we need more fees, more revenue to cover the increase for Next Generation 911, we need additional funding to stay afloat today. We also held three different regional meetings with 911 directors throughout the state where we talked about Next Generation 911. And we sent out a survey that they did in session during these meetings, and we asked them just for what is some of your feedback. So a few things that really kind of stuck out to me, and I really could have taken the entirety of this presentation just going over the feedback that they gave me. Funding is the biggest concern. Funding for any equipment that is needed and if our center will be capable. How are we going to pay for it? I received a quote and the monthly costs are 25% more. The reoccurring costs beyond implementation, including expected time frame and having to maintain legacy systems as well. Funding and maintenance costs, budgeting concerns. And then I saved this one for last because you can tell this person has put a lot of thought into this, which I appreciated. My concerns are that we smaller agencies are not able to afford all of the required equipment and the maintenance that goes along with it to support NG 911. Even if the county is able to add a little more funding into equipment, then it would take away from the employees being able to ever get a reasonable salary due to all the fundings going into NG 911. And that would make the employee shortage even worse. Mapping is another issue. We small counties do not have GIS departments. No one can afford any. So the biggest thing that we hear is that funding concerns. There is an appetite to transition to Next Generation 911. For all of our 911 community, they don't get into the 911 business because it's profitable. They get into it because they have a heart and a passion for it, and they take on responsibility for helping other people. And so when they come to us and they say, we want to upgrade to Next Generation 911, I could share stories with you of how I would have given anything for the 911 infrastructure not to fail when I had a 17-year-old that crawled out of a bathroom window and took off running because she'd been assaulted. I would have given absolutely anything to have her location when that location was not provided to me. So the 911 community is ready to transition. They want to upgrade. They want to be able to provide these services, but they need help in being able to afford to do that. And I received a note that we are going to skip ahead real quick to 911 fee reporting requirements and then come back to eligible uses later. Good.
I want to be respectful. I think we had a break set at 10. I know sometimes people set up the things. So since you're transitioning, we're going to go ahead and take that break now. We had it set up for 15 minutes. Yeah, we had it set up for 15 minutes to be back at 10:45. Let's get us 5 minutes back. It's 10:45. Let's be back by 10:55. So we'll stand in recess until 10:55 without objection. I hear no objection. We're in recess. We're going to go. We're ready. They'll join us as they get back, or they're hearing it in the back of the room. Because we want to have a full presentation, but we also want to strive to get a little bit back on schedule. So I know you can help us with that, and I'll try to help you from the chair.
Yes,
ma'am.
absolutely. So we are going to, before lunch, we will finish up with just the 911 fee reporting requirements. And these are going to be Georgia-specific requirements as well as federal requirements for the reporting of E911 fees. And I will make sure that we get to lunch on time for this. The reporting requirements, yeah. All right, so Georgia certification of 911 expenditures. Any local government that collects or expends any non-prepaid charges or prepaid wireless charges must file an annual report of its collections and expenditures with the Department of Administrative Audits. The annual report requires certification by the recipient local government and its auditor in the annual county audit that funds were expended in compliance with state statutes. There's actually a form where they go in and it breaks down all of the acceptable uses of 911 fees, and the local jurisdictions are expected to report out exactly how much they spent in each category. The individual for the local jurisdiction that is responsible for completing that form and attesting that the 911 fees were expended in compliance with state statutes is also required to sign acknowledgement of the following statement that says, I've reviewed the information presented in this report and certified that it is accurate and correct. I further certify that 911 funds were expended in compliance with the expenditure requirements specified in OCGA section 46.5.134. I understand that in accordance with OCGA section 46.5.134 M2, any local government which makes expenditures not in compliance with this code section may be held liable for pro rata reimbursement to telephone and wireless telecommunications subscribers of amounts improperly expended. Further, the non-compliant local government shall be solely financially responsible for the reimbursement and for any costs associated with the reimbursement. Such reimbursement shall be accomplished by the service providers abating the imposition of the 911 charges and 911 wireless enhanced charges until such abatement equals the total amount of the rebate. So I really wanted to take time to pause to discuss this certification of 911 expenditure form for a few reasons. One of them being that we are requiring local governments to state that they are not diverting 911 fees to purposes other than 911, and that they have to make sure that they are expending these fees in compliance with state statutes. And also there is the requirement, again, for them to make sure that all of their 911 revenue that they receive from non-prepaid or prepaid wireless charges are kept in a separate fund source, an emergency telephone system fund, and not commingled with any other of the revenue sources. It's a restricted fund source, not unlike your asset forfeiture for law enforcement. Additionally, this form also really points out that in the event that they are expending funds in violation of state statutes, that your local jurisdictions can be required to make the telecom subscribers whole. And to make them whole, the telecom providers would just not collect those 911 fees until the telecom subscribers are made whole.
Keep us going on that. I do want to say this, that we are going to, or at least my intention is, if the members of the study committee go along with this, is to protect that funding source for the 911 operations. But, as I look out, there's some folks with 911 in the room. There may be others that may be listening or hear this later. I want to say, Chairman Williamson just asked me, has there ever been an audit? Has there ever been a clawback? We'll get to that later, if we can. But we don't need that. We need to develop a trust, and if this committee, the House and the General Assembly will protect that funding source, we need to make sure, if you're a jurisdiction and you're getting a little bit more than you need for various things, that we're not paying an administrative person, as a 911 operator. That's not an admonition. It's just, we need that partnership as we bring this next generation. It's going to be more expensive for Georgians. There may be a place where they're asked to spend a little more money. We're going to look at the carve-outs you pointed out in the current revenue stream as a study committee, and make sure we keep as much of that money going to 911 as we can, and certainly all that is required to do so by federal and state law. But we need your help with doing that.
So FCC annual reporting requirements, the New and Emerging Technologies Improvement Act of 2008 tasked the Federal Communication Commission with aggregating all types of information from states and having one report that's given to Congress on the collection and disbursement of 911 and enhanced 911 fees and charges by the states, the District of Columbia, and U.S. territories. So every April, the governor's office receives a letter from the Federal Communication Commission, and the letter details out what information the state is expected to report and the deadlines for reporting, so that they can then determine which states are using 911 fees specifically and solely for 911 purposes, and which states are not using 911 fees for 911 purposes. The Net 911 Act of 2008 has had some revisions, so I've actually included the following metrics that are collected for this last year. So this year, we were expected to provide an overview of Georgia's 911 system. So we had to let them know how many 911 centers do we have, what level of service are they providing, do you have Next Generation 911, do you not have Next Generation 911, information regarding the legal authority that establishes the funding mechanism in the jurisdiction. We have to let them know a description of the authority in each jurisdiction. So in Georgia, that determines how the fees are collected and spent, and whether a funding mechanism exists that mandates how the fees can be used. And in this report, it's probably about a 50-page report that we have to go in and answer different questions on. When you're talking about the legal authority that establishes a funding mechanism, or you're talking about how the fees are collected and spent and how they're audited or how they can be used, the FCC also includes a section where they ask you to identify, not only including your statutes and your actual language that is codified, they're also wanting you to point out if there have been any changes since you last reported the previous year. So you have to provide a detailed description of how the fees are collected and used. They also want you to do an itemized list of the fees that are collected. And by itemized list, they're specifically looking for totals on how much did you collect in wireline, voice, over IP, how much did you do for wireless and for prepaid. Those are the line items that they're referencing in this. A description of any and all fees collected that were obligated or expended for purposes other than the acceptable purposes as provided under 47 or under federal regulations and under the FCC's rules. So they're specifically asking, did you divert any 911 fees? Did you use any 911 fees for anything other than 911? If the funds are collected in a jurisdiction and they were used to purchase, maintain, replace, or upgrade public safety radios, networks, or equipment, they ask for additional information about those transactions. So more specifically, they're wanting to know the amount of funds that were obligated or expended. And not to get too far into this, but the Federal Communication Commission actually convened a strike force, and it was the 911 strike force for ending 911 fee diversion. And one of the hottest topics of discussion for the use of 911 fees and if it's appropriate or if it's not appropriate was public safety radios. And then also having conversations of, if we do say that public safety, that 911 fees can be used for public safety radios, at what point do we say this is a 911 function versus this is not a 911 function? So conversations of, is it any and all radio equipment inside the building? Does that extend outside the building? So it's really not surprising, considering the national narrative on the use of 911 fees for public safety radio, that they would specifically be looking for more detailed information from states about if we're using fees for public safety radios. If collected, information about multi-purpose fees designated for public safety, emergency services, or similar purposes. A description of how the collection and use of fees are overseen or audited. They're also looking for a description of any NG911 services and expenditures for the state, a description of and totals for any cybersecurity measures, since cybersecurity is also a very hot critical topic in an NG911 system, a description of the methods each jurisdiction has for determining whether the fees were used effectively and efficiently. And the last thing that they ask us to detail is an impact of underfunding of 911 service and how any fee diversion has affected 911 underfunding. So several years back, the Federal Communication Commission looked at auctioning some of their spectrum, some of their radio spectrum. And there was a bill that was proposed where the proceeds from the auction spectrum would be used to establish a grant program for NG911 nationwide. The initial numbers that were thrown out were about $15 billion that's needed to deploy NG911 nationwide. Unfortunately, before that legislation could be passed, the FCC lost their authority to actually auction the spectrum, and so they had to be given that authority again in the legislation since passed. But considering the Federal Communication Commission was tasked with, one, collecting information from each state about the state, District of Columbia, and U.S. territories. They were tasked with collecting that information about how states are using fees, how much they're collecting, and if they're using fees for 911 purposes only. It's not surprising, given that history and then all of the FCC's work on the Strike Force report, that if they were looking at auctioning any of their assets to potentially pay for deploying NG911 nationwide, that they would include a lot of the metrics on making sure that states are being responsible with their 911, what investments have already made for the infrastructure. So a lot of these metrics, I think, kind of help them to make sure that they're capturing what's going on and also reporting out to Congress to see where we're at with 911 fee diversion. And sir, that actually puts you a little bit ahead of schedule.
No, it's not so. This completes the history of 911 fees and fee collection. So we're the item before break and after break?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when we would come back, if we break early here for lunch, well, we would actually be quite a bit ahead of schedule. Can we do, to just get back in, that's going to, I think, break us too much. Can we start into that and just, who is going to do the next presentation? Is that?
I will go over the Georgia statute specific to eligible uses of 911 fees, and
Perfect.
then maybe after lunch, Anna, would you?
Yeah,
wanna
that's,
do several?
can we do something and head for, a break at the 11:45?
Yep.
And so we'll do that, and then we'll see if we can move better in this afternoon, but let's do that.
Perfect. All right, so eligible uses of 911 fees, we're going to spend a few minutes before lunch discussing state requirements for eligible expenditures under OCGA 465134. I will say that Georgia has a rather liberal list of eligible expenditures for 911 fees. There are other states that are much more restrictive in what they allow 911 fees to be used for. So that is something, as we go through these, I would like to point out. So actual cost of insurance purchased to insure against the risk and liability in the operation and maintenance of an emergency 911 system. You can pay for the actual cost of salaries and employee benefits for employees hired solely for the operation and maintenance of an emergency 911 system. We have had probably one of the most frequent questions that we get about eligible uses of 911 fees is people come forward and say, my 911 director is duly appointed. So they are serving as the TAC for our agency, or they are also serving as the emergency manager. And so we're wanting to know, since they're not solely hired for the operation of a 911 center, can we fully fund their position with 911 fees, or do we need to be looking at a distribution model where I say 50% of the time they're working as a 911 director and 50% of their duties and their time is allocated to EMA? So how do I need to do those fund sources? JICA, according to the law, our legal counsel is the AG's office. So we have referred those questions to the AG's office. And the feedback that we have received is that the AG's office is responsible for representing JICA, but since local jurisdictions are adopting a resolution to impose a 911 fee, that your local jurisdictions need to go to their county or their municipal attorney and ask them if a potential expenditure is in compliance or non-compliant with the statutes. So when we're asked, hey, can I pay 100% with 911 fees if they're only 50% 911? Our answer to them has to be, you need to take that to your county attorney, but we recommend that you make sure they see that it specifically says solely for the operation and maintenance of the emergency 911 system. So the actual cost of training employees hired for the operation and emergency management, or the operation and maintenance of emergency 911.
Since we got ahead, Chairman Wilson just asked me to, can't we clarify that in code? The way I would read it, and I think we don't have anybody from the Legislative Council here with us today. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you are back there. I saw you. I'm sorry. But read the statement again that said solely,
Actual cost of salaries and employee benefits for employees hired solely for the operation and maintenance of the emergency 911 system.
Okay, without putting our attorney, I don't think we're getting him to a microphone. It's pretty clear to me, reading with black letter, solely means every moment. So I mean, in its purest sense, that means you can't turn a light bulb in the hall down the street. Now, I don't think anybody's gonna stop that, but it doesn't mean that you work 90% in 911 and 10%, at reception. It doesn't mean you give somebody a break in the reception area if one is taking it. So I think to Chairman Williamson's question, the chair, in the background was, it's clear in statute. That's what I mentioned earlier to our folks out in the 911 world. Help us to get to that, because we're gonna ask Georgians to help us as a team together, state and local governments, stand up a better system to protect them.
Yeah.
And we're gonna protect that income stream, and we're gonna need to all work together and take solely as it's meant in black letter law, in the statute. Yes, sir.
And just to PS that, I mean, otherwise it's a diversion of intended 911 funds.
Yes. Yeah.
I respectfully would request that the Attorney General's office may take another visit at that language in what appears to two legislators sitting here is clear code. The legislative intent was only for the benefit of the time spent working for the 9/11 Emergency Center.
And in clarification, the 911 center that did come forward and ask for the clarification on that, they were doing so because they were receiving pressure to use their 911 fees to fund positions. They did not agree with that use of the 911 fees, and they were reaching out. But the problem they ran into was if their county attorney didn't interpret it the way that it was interpreted in here, then they didn't feel as though they had anyone else to turn to. So the actual cost of training employees hired for the operation and maintenance of the emergency 911 system. You can also pay for any indirect costs associated with the 911 system center and operations. You can use 911 fees to pay for leasing or purchasing a building for your 911 center.
Exactly.
Leasing or purchasing a mobile communications vehicle and equipment if the primary use and designation of such a vehicle is to function as a backup 911 center. So when we have had 911 centers come forward and say, we really want to purchase a mobile command vehicle, mobile communications vehicle, but we don't anticipate that we're gonna use that vehicle 100% of the time. Like ideally, we wouldn't have to use it at all because we wouldn't be vacating our building. So instead of us having a vehicle that we're maintaining that's not being used, can we allow our other public safety disciplines to also use that vehicle? And so most of the feedback that we have gotten from local attorneys, because we've always asked if they come forward with questions and we tell them, you need to defer to your legal counsel, because in the event that someone, a subscriber, were to contest how you used your 911 fees, your legal counsel will be representing you in the lawsuit. Our response to them has been, I would really make sure that your legal counsel understands the law says the primary purpose has to be to function as a backup 911 center. So if you loan that vehicle out to some of your other public safety disciplines and your 911 center goes down, then is the expectation that you will immediately get that vehicle back, because the primary function of that is for 911, so 911 needs to be prioritized.
And again, I'll move this on because I started you in this regard, but I want to say, I think I speak for the five of us that are sitting here, is we want to reiterate that. And from my standpoint, it's not that we know about it and their county attorney, because I know how that works at the local level. I mean, I'll just be honest, we got local officials sitting there. I used to be one. When you're trying to balance the budget, if you got extra money in the 911 fund and you can take it out of the general fund, I get it, 100%, I get it. But we're hearing it's against black letter law in Georgia, and undermines the trust of Georgians, not only in your community, across the state, while we're trying to do something good. So don't. And I would say this, and if we need to have in statute to give, I don't want to be a litigious, state, but to protect all the other Georgians, if we don't have standing to contest the usage of 911 fees, I think probably we should, and the Attorney General should be able to remind them in a civil sort of suggestive way that this is good for everyone. So I'm looking up and down the folks in this committee as we are clear to what we said earlier. We're going to protect that revenue stream, maybe better than it's been protected in the past, and certainly we're going to protect it in the future. But we need your cooperation to do it, because, I mean, there are how many jurisdictions, how many 911 centers, You can't look every month, every day, every salary, but help us do that.
Well, real quick, on that comment, I think, you know, with your organization, working with, you know, our Police Chiefs Association, our Georgia Sheriff's Association, our president of Georgia Sheriff's Association is my sheriff from Forsyth County is here today. You know, getting that word out of what we're talking about, is important. It is discussion, making sure these funds are being used for the proper way, not being dispersed other places.
All right. So you can also use your 911 fees to lease, purchase, or for maintenance of computer hardware and software that's used in your 911 center. So you can think about all of your computers, you input calls, all of your equipment where you're answering calls or recording calls or locating people, all of that you can pay for with 911 fees. You can lease, purchase, or maintain your emergency telephone equipment. That's a very large line item for your 911 centers. You can lease, purchase a logging recorder, so all of your radio traffic with your first responders, your phone calls, all of that information is recorded and retained by 911 centers, so you can use your 911 fees for that. You can use it to lease, purchase, or maintain mobile public safety voice and data equipment, geo-targeted text messaging alert systems, or towers, but it has to be necessary to carry out the function of the 911 system's operation. So if you can't really articulate how it is absolutely critical to the overall operation of the 911 center, then that is likely something that 911 fees should not be spent on. Any office supplies for the public safety answering points used directly in providing emergency 911 systems. And the last two things that I'll touch on is rates associated with your service suppliers, 911 service suppliers, reoccurring charges, so your maintenance and any type of those fees you can pay your providers with your 911 fees, and then any other supplies directly related to providing emergency 911 systems services. And the last point that I will close out with is of all of these lists, and it's a rather lengthy list, especially if you look at other states of eligible 911 fee expenditures, the top line item in your 911 centers is going to fall under your salaries and employee benefits. That is the vast majority of what the 911 fees are being used for. So I will ask if there are any questions.
Always a dangerous thing to do with this group. Any questions? Carry on.
All right. That is all of my part, and we can do the federal. Yep.
Okay. So we're a bit early. Sorry, we're going to go ahead and break. Is that what you want to do, is break for lunch? How much time do you need, Ann?
It depends. Me and Alicia might have some things that we need to tag team on, so.
Okay. My question is, can we get that? Let's just break now so we don't rush you later, and when we'll do that, we'll come back, if we can, since we're breaking early and you're going to be the first person after lunch, I can let you know, we'll come back at 12:20 instead of 12:30. We'll gain us 12 minutes. Or gain us a couple minutes to do that. But we'll break for lunch now. We'll recess until 12:20. We're back. We'll reconvene the meeting of the Next Generation 911 Study Committee of the of the Georgia House of Representatives. Did y'all see that? I talked to somebody from Washington at the break. It takes a while for that to wash off. Get out of your mind. We're ready for you, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Anna Burton. I'm General Counsel of Regima Homeland Security, and I also do some work for the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority, so that's why you're seeing me here and not the Attorney General's office. So I'm going to provide a little bit of the federal background for 911 fee legislation, just so you guys kind of have an understanding of the federal framework that we're operating under. So to begin, the Federal Communications Act of 1934 gave the Federal Communications Commission the authority, a broad authority over emergency communications and 911 services. So that kind of is like the starting point for where all the future legislation came from. And then in 2008, the New and Emerging Technologies Improvement Act tasked the FCC with submitting an annual report describing the collection and disbursement of 911 fees and charges by states and jurisdictions. And since 2009, an annual report has been submitted every year. And that's kind of what Alicia had touched on based off of what the states submit. Okay, and then from here, in 2020, Congress passed the Don't Break Up the T-Band Act, which creates Section 902 of the Consolidated Appropriations Act. And that was really meant to start addressing 911 fee diversion. It also created a 911 strike force, which is supposed to, which basically created 3 working groups made up of local organizations, 911 state directors, 911 different organizations, states attorney generals, and basically their mission was to find the most expeditious end to diversion of state 911 fee diversion. So in the first working group, they evaluated all the laws and best practices, basically for how to constrain the federal government and how they can start to work towards stopping diversion. The second working group worked towards criminal penalties and to see if that would be a diversion tactic to stop 911 fee diversion. And the third was just general impacts of 911 fee diversion at the state level. Okay. And so just some key findings from those working groups. Basically, the strike force members figured that there should be some kind of enforcement actions that the FCC should have. So maybe granting greater authority over states and jurisdictions over how they can spend 911 fees. And part of that was an escalation method of maybe slowly fining jurisdictions little by little, because what we've seen in the past is states that have been found to be fee diverter states, they've kind of weighed the fine to what the cost benefit is for them just to go ahead and divert fees because it benefits the state. So adding those fees and making them more punitive and then eventually maybe going into criminal penalties is something that they looked into. So yes, that's a couple of the key points. Basically, one of the things they mentioned is NG 911, which is one of the reasons why they wanted to stop fee diversion. Basically, fee diversion prohibits states and jurisdictions from ever being able to switch from legacy 911 equipment to next generation 911. And so there will be no affordability to pay for the dual systems to be able to manage the costs for both legacy 911 and next generation 911. Okay, so while the strike force was going on, the FCC also created the 911 fee diversion report and order. And that was put out on June 25th, 2021. And that amends 47 USC 615. And it promulgates new rules for how 911 fees can actually be used. So basically, they were trying to clarify what does and does not constitute fee diversion, establish a declaratory ruling process for providing further guidance, and codify the specific obligations and restrictions for Section 902. So this brings us to the definitions that they put out. A 911 fee charge. So a 911 fee charge applicable to commercial mobile services, IP-enabled voice services, or other emergency communication services specifically designated by a state or taxing jurisdiction for the support or implementation of 911 services. And that shall include fee or charge designated for the support of public safety, emergency services, or similar purposes if those purposes or allowable uses of such fee or charge include the support or implementation of 911 services. So it's kind of a mouthful, but they wanted to they pinpointed in the discussion of creating this definition that the mere labeling of a fee is not dispositive, and the underlying purpose of the fee is relevant in determining whether it is or includes a 911 fee within the meaning of the Net 911 Act. So different states and jurisdictions have a different definition on the state level of what they consider a 911 fee. For instance, as Alicia went into, Georgia's is much more robust. It includes a lot more expenses for what's considered a 911 charge, which I'm going to come back to later for kind of distinguishing between the federal and the state of what rules. So what is actually fee diversion? The obligation or expenditure of a 911 fee or charge for a purpose or function.
Anna, we're going to give you a moment to catch your breath. Chairman
Yeah.
Williamson has a question for you.
Just before we leave the 911 fee or charge, and this is under the federal law, correct?
That's correct.
It says a fee or charge applicable to commercial mobile services, IP-enabled voice services, or other emergency communication services. My question is, IP-enabled voice services, that's really what we're talking about, isn't it? That there's in Georgia, we're really not collecting a fee on a lot of these internet phone calls that aren't going through. Is that correct?
That's correct. Right?
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then, but the federal code says IP-enabled voice services, and I know that we've talked about one of the features of a 911 enhanced system is that the software is there to have text communications. So how do we, are the other states going to collect in a fee when this, is it voice and text services, or just limited to being able to collect fees
I think
where there's voice involved?
If it can text, it can voice. The fact that you're using it to text doesn't mean it doesn't fit this statute, because it is voice enabled. You're just, the fact that you choose not to use that modality doesn't mean that we couldn't tax it, correct?
So I think we have a little bit different semantics in the federal legislation as opposed to the Georgia statutes. So on the federal legislation, they're saying IP-enabled voice services, whereas in the Georgia statute, we're saying voice over IP. So it's really, they're authorizing and they're discussing the same points here. We've just chosen to use voice over IP as opposed to IP-enabled voice services. So even on the federal definition of a 911 fee or charge, they are not charging the standalone internet that does not provide voice services.
I like our language better, but just to clarify, this is the space that there's 911 calls being made in which there's no fee being collected.
You do have individuals who are connecting to open Wi-Fi and using devices to contact 911 that don't have a SIM, they don't have a contract, they're just using open internet to contact the 911. And it can even be over It may be that someone is texting, like for example, something you have now is if you don't have an internet connection or you don't have a cellular connection and your phone goes into an SOS mode, you can still send a text message to 911 via satellite. So I think a simple way to kind of think about is if it's a voice connection, a voice over IP, and there's a phone number and it's for dialing purposes, then we're collecting a fee. And then going back to all of your devices, like Apple Watches is a great example because that one can be really tricky because you have two different types of Apple Watches on the market. You have an Apple Watch that comes with an eSIM and has its own phone number, and I don't have to be tethered to or close to my cell phone to use it. It is a standalone device that has its own phone number, and because it has a SIM, then we are collecting the $1.50 fee on that Apple Watch. And I know that because I had my Apple Watch with its own phone number, and then I decided to do some cost cutting in my home and turn that off, and now I'm no longer paying a 911 fee because I don't have any cellular service on it. So another way I think moving forward, it would be helpful to kind of help us differentiate what are we collecting 911 fees on versus not when you're thinking about devices. Think about devices that maybe have a SIM or do not have a SIM, like that do have an internet do have a service contract or don't have a service contract. Does that kind of help clarify?
Yes, it helps a lot. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so part of the diversion definition, when they were creating it, the commission wanted to make it known that any violation of this section shall be considered a violation of the Communications Act of 1934, which I think is an important thing to know for this committee, because we've often got questions about whether a state is diverting 911 fees, what's really the penalty to that? And you're violating federal law is the penalty. So I think that needs to be stated for the record. But so that's some of the definitions. So then it goes into it starts to define the acceptable purposes. These are just some more definitions. The acceptable purposes and functions that the FCC decided would be allowable for 911 fees. And so basically the acceptable purposes and functions for purposes of the statute are limited to support and implementation of 911 services provided by or in the state or taxing jurisdiction imposing the fee or charge, and operational expenses of PSAPs within such state or taxing jurisdiction. So with that, they also go into some examples. So basically, this has to support 911 services is essentially the crux of the whole point of being able to have an acceptable function and purpose for a 911 fee. When they were also drafting this bill, the House Committee on Energy and Commerce noted that Congress's intent that states and their political subdivisions should use 911 or E911 fees only for direct improvements to the 911 system, and that the act is not intended to allow 911 or E911 fees to be used for other public safety activities that, although potentially worthwhile, are not directly tied to the operation and provision of emergency services by PSAPs. So another thing we wanted on the record of what the congressional intent was behind the acceptable purpose and functions. And then they kind of listed some examples of what were acceptable purposes and uses. And these are PSAP operating cost, hardware, building facility, NG911, cybersecurity costs, as well as PSAP personnel costs. And although this list is not comprehensive, they do specifically list out telecommunicators' salaries and training, which also is important when you compare it to Georgia's definition. PSAP administration, which 911 services and travel, integrating public safety, first responders dispatch, and 911 systems, CAD hardware, and providing for interoperability of 911 systems. So those are all examples of the acceptable uses for 911 fees. Unacceptable.
While you're paused there, do you want to tell us what PSAP says, or do?
what it stands for, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I'm just for
Public
those that might
serv-
be listening, yeah.
Public safety answering
Point.
points, yes,
Right.
sorry.
So we just use that, that term's been used throughout the meeting, and I knew to what it referred to, but I know that probably everybody in the room did, but there may be some that listened that did not, so thank you.
Yeah. So then it goes into unacceptable uses. Transfer of 911 fees into a state or other jurisdiction's general fund, which was a reason several states have gotten dinged for 911 fee diversion. Equipment or infrastructure for constructing or expanding non-public safety communications networks. So this can't go to private companies. You can't spend money and give it to private companies for using 911 fees. Equipment or infrastructure for law enforcement, firefighters, and other public safety first responder entities that do not directly support 911 services. So although they say that this is supposed to be a broad list, it's not supposed to be comprehensive, these are just some of the examples. It does provide a good framework for what states should and should not be doing. Also, under the law, they give a safe harbor for states that use certain funds for public safety and emergency services. But to be able to be allowed to get this safe harbor, you have to specify the amount of percentages of such fees or charges that are dedicated to 911 services, ensure that the 911 portion of such fees are segregated and not commingled with other funds, and obligate or expend the 911 portion of such fees or charges for acceptable purposes and functions as defined under the 9.23. So that's a way that some states think that they can kind of get out of being fee diverters, but usually you still have to prove all of these points first, and most of them that think they do not, because a lot of them commingle the funds. One thing that the law also gives an option for is for a state or taxing jurisdiction to be able to petition the FCC for an allowable purpose or function for a 911 fee. So essentially, when a state thinks that they have an allowable cost, they can actually petition the federal, the FCC, to see if it qualifies as acceptable. And for that standard, they'll grant the petition if the purpose or function supports public safety answering point functions or operations, or has a direct impact on the ability of a public safety answering point to receive or respond to 911 calls or dispatch emergency responders. And that's it. So it's pretty limited. The participation in the annual fee report, this is kind of what Alicia was talking about, that states submit every year. Georgia submits one every year. The last one was for 2023. There was no audit done for Georgia, and that's partly because DOR kind of has discretion over whether they decide to audit. So we're limited by that. We're also limited by being a self-reporter state. So I think we had, 55% or so, or maybe more of our counties that gave us information to be able to actually complete this report accurately. So, and that happens nationwide. So many states are self-reporting, which kind of leads to inconclusive answers about whether fee diversion is going on. Most recently, in the 16th annual report, New Jersey, New York, and Nevada were all found to be fee diverter states. New York and New Jersey, almost every year since this has been enacted, have either been fee diverters, have probably 90% of the time have been fee diverters. So they often have gotten dinged for commingling their funds going into the general state fund rather than straight to 911 practices. And the aggregate amount was about $215 billion, or approximately 5.35% of all 911, E911 funds reported to be collected were diverted for the year of 2023. So this is just to provide a little bit of background on kind of the federal framework, to give you an idea of where the state of Georgia can kind of go with use of 911 fees as we kind of look for a new a new funding source for Next Generation 911. Any questions?
Any members have any questions? I'm gonna give them a chance to think in case they have one and form this in a question or make it a statement again, is, I hope as we are able to have this meeting, 2 more meetings, I'm sure Chairman Crow will carry forward, this discussion, should this committee come with legislation that, will probably more than likely be in public safety or perhaps public utilities at the speaker's discretion. I have full faith and trust he'll put it in the right place. But I hope when we do that, for the members of the 911 community and for county commissioners and city officials, city councilmen, mayors, we shouldn't have to be going through this and guessing where that we're taking money from the 911 fee and doing something with it other than what state and federal law. Does anybody disagree? Well, we're going to have an open mic in here in a bit. If you disagree with that, I'll hear it, but I'm going to be hard pressed to agree with you. I just hope we don't ever get on that list again. I hope we, as we said, as this group looks to, create a sustainable stream to protect 911 for Georgians, that we all work together into keeping that money going to the 911 community to keep people safe. And I know it's we probably got more 911 center operators here than we do council members and county commissioners. But I know that's a hard seat. I know it's a especially hard seat in a downturned economy, and I know there's pressure on property taxes and all those things. But this just seems like a good time again. That please tell me we're not going to have to go through that slide and question a shell game of money, and then somebody coming to the Capitol to testify before Chairman Crow's committee that we don't have enough money to stand up our 911 system, and then we're looking around and you're paying for something that's not supposed to. So we've heard community members. You had time to come up with a question. We've heard the sources of them, the collection and disbursements. I think it's raised some questions for us. The fees, or excuse me, the legalese around how the fees can be used. As we wind up here, we're going to move on to the testimony for some of the people that do this, on the ground and live the day in, day out what we're trying to help them, keep alive. But before we do that, any questions, going back, we still have everybody in the room that talked to us about the history of the fees, the 911 fee and collection, disbursement, and the use of the fees. But before we move on here, we're trying to stay on a 1 o'clock stop, but we got 12 minutes. Are there any questions related to this? Anything that we can ask the staff to put together for us for our next meeting? We may be able to drill down on it today, but there's been a lot of things. If those questions, we can raise them for Mr. Satterfield or for the JICA staff that we can provide for our next meeting. Chairman Williams.
Just a quick clarification. You say, was it 2013 that the state of Georgia failed to remit $20 million of emergency management fees?
No, that was the 3 state diverter fee states. That was not us.
No, I thought you implied that Georgia.
No.
Okay.
It was New Jersey, New York, and Nevada.
So Georgia's never been on that list.
No, Georgia has actually been on that list.
Thank
before.
you.
You said Georgia has?
Yes.
Okay.
And the years were
Georgia was classified as a fee diverter state in 2010, 2011, and 2012 because of prepaid fees. The prepaid fees were collected and remitted to the state budget and were never appropriated, and it was about $20 million.
Okay, well, I thought I'd heard $20 million, but I just want to remind everybody in 2010, 2011,
That's a lot of money.
2013, it's a lot of money, but we were in the midst of a very severe Great Recession, and I was not in on appropriations. I came in when Governor Deal came in, and it was every dollar counted just to keep the central government going. So I can see how that oversight might have happened, but in fairness to the state of Georgia, we were scrambling, or the Appropriations Committee was scrambling, the governor's office was scrambling at that time. I just want to make sure that we put that in historical perspective.
To follow up on that, I have a question for you in here. I believe I'm correct in saying that money wasn't remitted. It had never been remitted, right? It was, the fee went in place. It wasn't that it stopped being remitted. Am I incorrect in saying that?
So the 911 fee on the prepaid, because it was collected and continues to be collected at the retail point of sale,
Right.
that has always been remitted to the DOR, and it was supposed to be dispersed based on
But
population.
what year did that start, though? That was,
Let me double check on that and get back.
you have a decade?
I mean,
Okay, we'll let's keep that one for the future. That's kind of one of the things we want to collect. Chairman Camp, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, so my question has to do maybe not so much with the compliance aspect, and this might be a more holistic question than what you're prepared to answer, so let me know if it is. But how, percentage-wise, maybe in looking at all these different counties, which counties are spending the money on the buildings and the equipment and all those things versus the counties that are paying more on staffing? I saw the split a little earlier, you know, the 55-45, but I'm sure there's 159 counties in our state. I'm sure that's not equal for every county. And I live in a county of 20,000 people, but I represent one county that has 80. I know those are small potatoes compared to some counties, but on the other hand, we've got, 100 counties that are shrinking according to the AJC. So I'm just curious, how does that play out? I know you're allowed to spend money on these items, but how are counties actually using that money?
So a couple of things that we can do to gather that information so that we can make sure we have actual data from our centers that is being reported is one, I can talk to the Department of Administrative Audits and see, we have approached them in the past to see if they would be willing to share the E911 certification forms, because your jurisdictions are having to report out the total dollar amount that has been spent. So it would be easy for us to take those reports over, maybe 3 fiscal years and say, this is the percentage that was spent on each of these specific line items so that we could give that to you. The other thing that we can do that may be a little bit faster is we could craft a survey and send out to our 911 center and ask them, what percentage of your budget are you spending on salary? What percentage is on training? Again, that would be self-reported data, and the downside to that is we have some 911 centers that are standalone 911 centers. We have some that are housed under the authority of the sheriff, some that are housed under EMA or fire. So your 911 community often has differential access to their budget. So it may be that my 911 directors, of no fault of their own, don't have control over their budget, so they wouldn't be able to answer that. Whereas if I talked to the Department of Administrative Audits and we kind of did that analysis internally, those forms are being certified typically by a chief financial officer or a county manager. So I can add a list on my to-do to double back on that to see if we can get some hard numbers. And then the only other thing I can think of is sometimes we've ran into issues where the fiscal years don't count. So it's not like an exact comparison from time frames, but we can still get you some actual data on that.
All right, that would be appreciative. And the latter, I mean, while I certainly trust everyone, you're right. Access to data is not equal across the board for all 911 directors. So I would prefer, honestly, the audit department to look at that. So thank you very much.
Perfect, I have made a note.
Further questions? Been up here for 4 hours. I still can't remember the lights being on or off. It's a big speak. Further questions? I would like to put this on the first to discuss. Okay, and I know I've got 911 folks in the room, and I don't just sit here and we're trying to Bigfoot things, but as we follow the money, I mean, there's an ongoing situation in my county, the county we sit in right now, where the sheriff's suing the Board of Commissioners because they're not giving the sheriff enough money, and they're not happy the way he's spending it, and he's not giving. The point I'm getting at is I want to make sure this money that gets remitted from revenue through, I guess, revenue through Treasury back to headed toward the 911 centers. I mean, if we put it in the city or county budget, it's up for them, for somebody to move it into the E911 fund. But most of y'all around, do y'all still have the enterprise fund for 911? Do most people have that? No? Maybe, I don't know. Nobody's venturing anything, but we used to have an enterprise fund for 911. So just to check statutorily, if we need to try to deposit that directly into the enterprise fund for 911, because once it goes in the enterprise fund for 911, it's much easier to audit and track. to see where it was dispersed from. I just, again, not trying to Bigfoot the process for the cities and counties, but if we're trying to, I want to make clear to you all that we want to protect this source of funding for our 911 centers. If that would help us do that without creating additional burden for Treasury at the state or folks at the cities and counties, if that would help us correct the money. Any further questions? Anything further before we thank you very much for y'all's time and expertise?
Well, thank you so
Anything?
much for your time and attention. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all, and we look forward to continuing the conversation.
Does that do it? Ms. Scott, do you need anything? You're good? Okay, we're going to move forward then. We're a couple of minutes early. Imagine that. We've gotten back on time. Thank you, ladies. We have some folks that we have asked to come and share with us their testimony from the 911 community. And I don't know do we have everybody here? We were looking for somebody from Cobb County and the city of Roswell. I know it's
They're all
probably
in
here, and I know
attendance.
Forsyth County was here earlier today. So if so, we'll just go in order. Am I doing that right? Melissa Alterero? How'd I do? Help me out.
Close enough, sir.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
pronounce it for me so I get it right next
Alterio.
time if I.
Alterio.
Alterio. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You are with the Cobb County Emergency Communications Department, and we thank you for coming today and look forward to your discussion with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. As you said, my name is Melissa Alterio, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Cobb County Departments of Emergency Communications, one of the busiest and most advanced 911 centers in Georgia. Before I go on with this speech that I prepared, I actually would like to answer your question, ma'am, because I think it would help put the rest of this, what I'm going to talk about today, in perspective. Our budget, we spend 15 to 16 million in personnel and about 3 million in operating, and our revenue is about 17 million. So that's part of what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about today. I hope that helps. Yes. That's training, technology, regular contracts for our phone systems, all of that stuff.
And I don't want to take away from your time, but I want to ask you that. So do you house in a county building?
We're in our own building.
Okay, that was where the next question was going to. So you pay your heating and air conditioning,
Yes.
Whatever.
All of
Okay,
that,
that's
yes,
what I was
sir.
wondering, if you have to bifurcate that across the
Yeah.
county bills, and how do you get charged proportionally? Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Okay, thank you. I want to start with this truth. Next Gen 911 is essential, but it's not just about technology. NG 911 brings new capabilities, text to 911, photos, video, real-time data sharing. But what people don't often see is everything that must come with it. That's the administration to manage the systems, the training to use them properly, and the staffing to support the higher demand, and the ongoing resources to keep the technology reliable. Technology without that foundation doesn't save lives, people do. Georgia has fallen behind. While other states have embraced a coordinated statewide transition to NG 911, Georgia remains fragmented. Some metro centers like Cobb, City of Atlanta, and others in the metro area have taken steps to implement it. But many centers, particularly in the rural areas, are still operating on outdated systems that are already struggling to meet today's demands. This is not just a future concern. It is a pressing problem now, one that many centers are facing today and will only occur more frequently if left unaddressed. This disparity is dangerous. It means not every Georgian has equal access to emergency response, and in a crisis, it all but guarantees that some centers will fail. Let me give you a real example of what's possible when a state is fully committed. During Hurricane Helene in North Carolina, 14 different 911 centers went down. Entire regions were without local service. In the past, that would have been catastrophic. But thanks to their statewide EZNet, those calls did not go unanswered. Centers in the eastern part of North Carolina seamlessly took over operations for the western counties and were in crisis. The public never lost access to 911. Calls were answered, help was dispatched, lives were saved. That's what NG 911 and a statewide EZNet can do, and that's what Georgia should already have in place, but we don't. And unless we act, we will be left vulnerable when, not if, a similar disaster strikes. And I don't know if many of you were watching the hurricane like many of the 911 directors and EMA directors out there were, but it was coming straight for Atlanta, and it shifted around 1:30 in the morning. But let me be clear, NG 911 is not just about putting technology in place and walking away. It's about the people behind the technology. Our 911 professionals are highly trained, operating under a standard of professionalism equal to any other public safety discipline. We invest heavily in their training, in their development, and in supporting their mental wellness, because the demands of this profession are unlike any other. The introduction of new technology, while critical to our mission, also impacts our workforce, and it's our responsibility to ensure they have the tools, the resources, and the support to carry it forward successfully. That is why the way 911 funding matters. For years, law enforcement agencies have rightly seen significant investment in new technology: license plate readers, body cameras, flock systems, drone initiatives. Fire and EMS have also advanced with tools like modern cardiac monitors, thermal imaging cameras, and data-driven response systems. But 911 is no different. In fact, 911 is the very foundation that ties all of those tools together. Our technology is equally vital, and without proper funding, centers cannot keep pace with the innovations needed to protect and save lives. It is essential that when decisions are made about public safety funding, 911 is considered with the same level of equity as our law enforcement, fire, and EMS partners. Our citizens expect it, our responders deserve it, and our professionals have earned it. We don't have to wait for a hurricane to be tested. In 2026, the eyes of the world will be on Georgia as the FIFA World Cup comes to Atlanta. The City of Atlanta and Cobb County and agencies across Metro Atlanta are already working closely together on our NG911 transitions to ensure the highest level of safety and security. We are committed to making sure no one has to worry about public safety during this historic event, and we just came through in Cobb County with the MLB All-Star Game successfully. While the statewide transition to 911 will not be complete before FIFA, that does not mean we will be unprepared, because this is what we do. Our local and regional partnerships are strong, our planning is deliberate, and our focus is clear, keeping our citizens and visitors safe. But looking beyond 2026, we must recognize that events of this scale highlight the urgency of building out a fully funded statewide NG911 system. The world will see that Georgia is capable and committed. But to secure our future and protect every community, urban and rural alike, we need the resources to finish this work. So let me talk about funding, because that's the real barrier. For decades, 911 centers have been asked to do more with less. The current $1.50 revenue fee is outdated and unsustainable. It hasn't been enough for years, and it certainly isn't enough to sustain a statewide NG911 launch. In Cobb County, we were very fortunate to self-fund our 911 operations through that revenue longer than most. But the moment we completed our NG911 transition, that model collapsed. We simply cannot sustain it. I've had to request support from our county's general fund, something that should not be necessary when 911 revenue was created to support 911 centers in the first place. And let me be very clear, this is certainly not just a Cobb County problem, this is a Georgia problem. Metro Atlanta agencies may be a step ahead, but much of the state is far behind. Without funding, those centers will not catch up. And when they fail, the people they serve will pay the price. That means slower response. That means responders walking into dangerous situations blind, and yes, that means preventable tragedies. I've spoken to many constituents in Cobb County. I've asked them directly about funding. Not one person, not one, has ever complained about paying more to ensure that when they call 911, someone answers and help is sent. Because it is in that moment of crisis that nothing else matters. Can we really put a price tag on that? And if you ask any police officer, firefighter, or paramedic if they could do their job without their dispatcher, the answer is always no, because we are their lifeline. That truth was formally recognized through the 2020 initiative House Resolution 885, which officially designated 911 as first responders. That recognition was powerful, but recognition alone won't keep the system running. Funding will. I also know that there are ongoing discussions around SB 285 and the importance of the POAB funding. I have a deep respect for our law enforcement community and their needs. My ask is not about taking from them, and let me also be clear, I am extremely grateful that 911 professionals are now included in the POAB. My ask is about ensuring that 911 has an equal voice in funding decisions. Because without us, without 911, law enforcement, fire, and EMS cannot do their jobs safely. We are the first link in the chain of public safety. If that link breaks, the entire system breaks. I also recognize that SB 285 includes discussions about using increased 911 revenues to help support the POAB. While I understand the significance of POAB and the critical role it plays for our law enforcement officers now as well as 911 professionals, I respectfully implore you to consider other funding options for that initiative, options that do not divert resources away from 911. Every dollar from 911 fees must remain focused on sustaining and advancing the NG 911 initiative. That investment is not optional, it's mission critical. Next Generation 911 is not simply about new technology, it's about ensuring reliability, interoperability, and the safety of both the public and the responders who rely on us. If we dilute those funds, we jeopardize our ability to modernize and protect that system that underpins all of public safety. So my ask today is simple. Be bold, provide the funding that we need, not just for technology, but for the training, the staffing, the administration, and the support that make the technology effective. And when we stand before you today, we're not speaking on behalf of our own centers. We are speaking on behalf of our entire 911 industry, because we are one, with one purpose in mind, to protect and serve every caller, every responder, every community. Respectfully, I'm not a politician. I'm not a law enforcement officer, firefighter, or EMT. I am a 35-year veteran of the 911 industry, and I am honored to be in a room full of 911 subject matter experts behind me. The amount of experience in this room knows no limits. And one of the things that you can count on is that we know 911. This is not a want, this is a need. The funding is the message. Without it, everything falters. With it, we ensure the safety of our first responders and our citizens, and we'll continue to answer the call every time for every Georgian. So I'll leave you with this. The difference between a tragedy and a life saved begins with 911. Please give us the funding to make sure every call in Georgia gets answered. Thank you.
Thank you, and while we have, John from Roswell, come here. All right, well, while you're coming to the, I'm gonna just tell the lady, thank you for your comments, and what this group intends to do is provide a methodology for the funding. I'm gonna say once again, it's not just a state issue, because many times when we're talking about education, those of you who know me have heard this before. We'll get into that thing. Well, if you guys don't fund so-and-so, we have to get it through local taxes. Ladies and gentlemen, Alabama doesn't send money to the state capitol. The money that we have to appropriate comes from Georgians, just like the people here in Roswell. So I'm not saying that to say that the state won't participate. I'm one of 180 in the House and one of 5 members up here, but we're working hard to provide a methodology to implement a sustainable fee structure that will do all the things the lady mentioned. And we need, I'm gonna say again, we need your help at convincing the people that are paying the bills for this, because the money doesn't come out of space. That we're doing this for all the reasons that the lady mentioned. With that, sir, Mr. John, I will call you, that my my kids, because tell me about your last name, and then I'm going to learn to pronounce it.
Patrabowski.
Patrabowski.
Very good.
Y'all help me welcome Mr. John Patrabowski from the City of Roswell 911, and we thank you for hosting us today, and look forward to your remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is John Patrabowski, and for over a decade, I have served the City of Roswell by answering the call. I've spent many days as a voice and a witness to our city's residents on the worst days of their lives. Today, I'm not here to speak about technology or budgets, but about a matter of life and death, and on behalf of those citizens and the people who answer their calls. The 911 system most of us rely on is a relic. It's a voice-only system born of the rotary phone era. Multiple times a year, I'm given the opportunity to speak with citizens and teens in our community, and they can't even tell me what a rotary phone is. I'll even show them a picture. But I can tell you what it is. It's a system built for a world that no longer exists. While our citizens carry supercomputers in their pockets, a device significantly more powerful than the computer used in the Apollo 11 mission to land on the moon, a device that's capable of sending text messages, photos, GPS location, and live video, but in a moment of crisis, the majority of them can only send us one thing, their voice. The technology to change exists. We've seen it work, and a few lucky of us even use it. However, our state is in a place of stark contrast, a tale of two Georgias. Some of our communities, forward-thinking, committed, have been on this journey since 2018, like the city of Alpharetta. They're at the forefront of progress, demonstrating what's possible. But for every one of them, dozens more exist using systems that have been outdated for decades. This technology is proven and available for most of us. It's tragically out of reach because we simply cannot afford it. Here in Roswell, our mayor and council have answered the call. They've sat in our center, they've listened to the 911 calls and the help on the other line. They've made both public safety and the people on the other end of the call a priority. However, across the state, that call is still ringing unanswered. This brings me to the root of our problem, our broken funding model. The current system puts us in an impossible position. Here in Roswell, like they said earlier, the mayor and Chief Conroy, we are not self-funded. We're forced to compete with a share of our city's general fund, sitting at the table alongside departments and divisions outside of public safety. We shouldn't have to choose between public safety and non-emergency services. The safety of our citizens is a top priority, not a budget line item to be negotiated. This is a dangerous and unsustainable way to operate a 911 center. This must end, and we must take back control. I want to ask you all for two things. First, we must increase the 911 fees. It's not a cost, it's an investment in the safety of every person in the state. It's a down payment on a system that will end this two-tail of Georgia's and provide a stable, dedicated funding to our communities. And to add in what you said earlier, I do agree that we need to figure out a better way to distribute these fees. But as Alicia said earlier, 55%, it's covering 55% of the operational cost total across the state. I just don't think it's enough. Second, we must demand accountability and transparency from the funds collected. The money collected from these fees is meant for one purpose, to fund our emergency 911 centers. Yet a portion is siphoned away by the carriers before it even reaches us. Every dollar collected for 911 must go to 911, period. We ask our residents to fund 911, and we ask our businesses, and we tell them it's just the cost of doing business. The carriers should be treated the same. Technology to help save lives exists. The will to fund it is what's been missing. We cannot continue to let the past hold our future hostage. The citizens of Georgia deserve a lifeline that is advanced as the devices they carry in their pocket. Let's not wait for tragedy to show us the cost of inaction. Let's act now, and together, let's fund the future of 911 for generations. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and to echo that again, I want to keep trying to bring the big group together. I think this is all in, rising tide lifts all boats thing, and to our carriers who take that, we'll certainly look at that percentage, but I'll also remind us as we sit to do this, the 911 fee as it's collected has to be dedicated to 911. That didn't say that a city or county couldn't spend more on 911. And you're absolutely right, sir. When you're sitting there about life and death, and I don't mean to overdo it, but when you talk about life and death, that is something we should look at. So it's a hard thing to do. We have to do the 911 fee, as the gentleman said. I'm not saying we don't increase it, but I would also remind part of the things that our carriers do is they pay a pretty nice franchise check to cities around Georgia, because I used to get one 30 years ago when I was mayor in Alpharetta. So they participate. I only say that not to vilify the carriers, because we're going to ask them to come to the table just like you guys are. I really appreciate it. I'll give you another word. I'm agreeing with you. If it's not coming off that way, you come and set me straight.
I don't want to fight, I swear.
Yes, sir.
No. I want to say one more thing. I just want to invite you all to reach out to your local 911 centers and not just visit, but sit down and listen to them take the calls and listen to them work short-staffed and the chaos that ensues. And if they tell you no, you can come here to Roswell. We'll gladly host you here. You will, but not just to visit, but to sit down and actually do it. I think it would be a great experience. So thank you.
John, thank you very much. Good words. We have next, I see Tom over there, Tom Cisco because I used to own that stock. I know Cisco. So we're good. Cisco Systems, Mr. Tom Cisco with the Forsyth County 911 Center. I was 1 for 3 with names this evening. I'm going to get better. I promise both Melissa and John I'm going to get better. If y'all come back to the second, third meeting, and I'll do better. Mr. Cisco, tell us about Forsyth County 911.
Well, I was going to say my name is a lot easier than that, and I do not get any revenues from that company, by the way. So I wish I did. But I wanted to answer your question first. I can't think of a name. I know that you. I wanted to let you know that of my budget, 84% of my budget goes to admin costs. That's insurance, salaries, 401ks, overtime, all that, 84%. And I want to give you all a number here, $650,000. I want you to remember that number. That's our AT&T bill every year. $650,000, and that'll come into play here in a minute. But you know, Forsyth County, I don't think I need to tell you about Next Gen 911 because Melissa did a great job of explaining what that is and how important it is. We are fortunate to be one of the counties that went ahead and got Next Gen 911. I think we're just one of a handful of counties that have it, and it's great. It's what every county should have, and hopefully they will have soon here. But it is expensive, but I'm going to focus more on the funding issues in my speech because we know how important it is already. I came to Forsyth County 2.5 years ago in '23 and sat down to do my first budget. And when we got done with my first budget, we were $700,000 over budget, over our revenue. What revenue comes in, our budget was $700,000 over. So the county years ago did a really good job of saving money in the reserve fund. So they took the $700,000 out of the reserve fund. Well, each year that has been increasing, and for 2026 right now, we're projected to spend $826,000 out of the reserve fund to make up our budget. So that's what we're lacking. And our reserve funds will run out here within the next 2 years. So I got my county manager here. I'll be looking for the county to make that money up when that money runs out. So hopefully the funding will increase to help us out some. You know, the $1.50 fee started quite a while ago, and I wanted to do a little research real quick, so I looked back and seen what the cost of living adjustment has been since just 2019. Of course, the $1.50 didn't go up at all, but electric bills went up 32%, wages went up 23%, insurance 40%. This is since 2019, and everything else has went up, as you know, since then, but the $1.50 has not went up. So quickly, the $1.50 has not been enough to carry on with all the increased costs that have come with it. So I wanted to just point that out, you know, the cost of living stuff. If we would have raised that every year since 2019, according to the cost of living, it went up 23.63 in the last 6 years. The fee would have been $1.90 instead of $1.50. Raising it $1.40 for Forsyth County, 40 cents to us equals out to $1.7 million more for our budget, the 40 cents. So, you know, seeing there were 800,000 under, an additional 1.7 would have been wonderful for us. And I don't think people would have had too much problem paying $1.90 instead of $1.50 for their phone bill. Back to that number, 650. My annual budget is $7,600,000. We receive $6,650,000 in revenue. Our administrative costs are $6,368,702. That leaves us, what was it, like $300,000 for all of our operational costs out of our revenues. So our first bill we pay is the electric bill. I mean, not electric bill, but AT&T, we're $300,000 in the hole after the first purchase. So that's where I wanted to show you how far we are behind as far as funding. And unless we do something about it, it's going to get worse. We did talk about, and you talked about, you know, specifically funding 911, not throwing other things in there. Some of the language that I've seen come out is that 20% wants to go to the POAB, 20.75% goes to firefighters fund. I don't know where that came from, but I don't see that those are eligible expenses for a 911 fund. You know, I can't see how we fund a firefighter's retirement. And lastly, you know, we need a standalone increase in 911. Like you said, don't throw any fluff in there. Make it for 911 and use for 911 funds. We certify our budget every year that all of our costs are within the parameters of what we're allowed to spend it on. You know, we don't spend it for anything else. You know, I was looking through the Georgia code for the different code through 38 and 46, and I wrote a little note here. I said, nowhere in the Georgia code does it say this was created to fund retirement benefits for all first responders. You know, so I wanted to make sure you guys know that. 911 centers are suffering. We're suffering. Like he said, you know, there's a lot of overtime. We're looking for people, so overtime costs are increased. And then, you know, like Melissa said, 911 are your first responders. Like you said, without us, nothing happens. So, I think we need to be, like I said, looked at the same importance as all the other first responders. And I believe in years past and that we're not. We're not on that same level with first responders like fire and law enforcement. And I think we need to be looked at that way. Also, one last thing, I kind of did a revenue impact if we would do those proposed percentages going to the retirement funds and that. We would actually lose $178,000 by going with that percentage. So, just make sure as you're doing this and looking at the funding ways, make sure it works out for the 911 centers that they do get that money. So that's really all I've got. If you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Cisco. I want to make clear here, and I'll go to Representative Williamson. We're working off the House Resolution 429. It doesn't speak to retirement funds. We will not be addressing that. That's not what this committee's for. We have a resolution that was passed by the House with the things that we were looking at. Now, there's a saying you'll hear down at the Capitol from time to time, the member has that right. And sometimes I get calls, and I'm not saying these in particular, but, how did somebody introduce a bill to so-and-so? I'm not using that level for the bills that you may have mentioned, but each member has a right to do that, and those travel as separate things and will be discussed as such. We came here today to speak to our resolution and study that with input from folks like you and your two predecessors. And we're going to focus on that. We're going to focus on protecting that income stream, and we're going to believe that if the gentleman in the Senate that introduced those bills would feel kindly about that they will find their revenue source and bring that forward, because if that's a good policy, we should be able to find funding for it. But me speaking personally, and I believe the indication from the committee members here is we have plenty to say grace over at this fee at this time for this purpose. Chairman Williamson, did you have something?
No.
Oh, okay. Chairman Crowe.
Thank you. I want to preface this by saying that you'd be hard pressed to find a bigger fan of 911 centers in general and those on the other end of that radio. My daughter-in-law is a deputy director of the Butts County 911 Center. There's a group of ladies sitting right here in the front that used to answer when I would call and need something because I'd done something dumb and gotten myself into a situation I probably shouldn't have been in. However, we've heard a lot about, and I've talked to other people outside of you, police chief in a small southwest Georgia town, and I had this conversation about a year and a half, 2 years ago, about the fees not being enough to cover the cost. And you talked about in the code it not saying that it was intended for retirements and that sort of thing. And my understanding has always been that it's never been intended to fully fund the operation of a dispatch center or a 911 center or emergency communications center. It was done originally to help expand the 911 center. I remember when we didn't have 911 where I live, and it was there to help add the communications equipment to convert over to the 911 system and offset some of that cost. But I see a lot of cities and counties and local jurisdictions that operate these funding them solely from the 911 fee. And I don't think that's what it was intended, because it doesn't have the fluctuation that it needs. We don't have the ability to just go back and change that from year to year, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. That's why you have the local budgeting process that you go through with your taxpayers when you set the millage rate and the budget gets set, is to cover some of that. So I want to make sure that I don't think that any of us are going to be able to come up with a number that is going to be perfect to fully fund the 911 operations for every 911 center in the state. And I don't know that you're necessarily, advocating for that, but while we're talking about it, I wanted to go ahead and put that out there. I know we do want to have funds available. What I want is to get us fully onto the next generation 911 system. I want us to have that capability. I want every person in the state of Georgia that calls 911 to have the same ability to communicate, get information to those folks to help get help there faster. And I think that's one of the things that this fee can be used for is to help offset some of those costs of upgrading and some of that. But I just want to say that and I've already mentioned to my friends where they're sitting together now. We got GMA and ACCG sitting side by side. This is a kumbaya moment here. It's lovely. I love that. And I've already mentioned to them, you know, this is going to be kind of an all of the above, right? We're all going to have to chip in some. So I just want to make sure that we don't come out of this and folks expecting that we're going to set this fee at a point that's going to cover all the cost of operating one of these centers for every jurisdiction. I think it's 157, is that right? 156 centers, because we have a couple that are combined counties. I just don't want there to be any misconception about at least what I'm hoping to do.
I just
or what I
wanted
think is
to
gonna
lay it
come
all
of
out there to show you what our deficit is going into the future and
I appreciate it. And look, and I know every one of them is gonna cost more, and none of the people who are working in those facilities are getting paid what they should get paid. None of the police officers that are out answering the calls or the firefighters that are answering calls are getting paid what they should get paid. And none of them that, you know, I was a member of POAB. None of those folks have the amount of money going into that to provide the retirement or the firefighters' retirement fund. My wife was a firefighter in Henry County and a member of the Georgia firefighter pension. None of those are enough. I think we need to do everything we can to try to find other ways to come up with extra funds to provide for those services. I just don't want us to get down the road and folks say, well, hey, you made this fee and it's not enough to cover this. I don't think I don't think we're going to be able to hope to cover all of that at the end of this meeting.
And we're not going to get there today. Thank Chairman Crow, but,
Especially if I talk that much.
yeah, well, I've spoken, I've taken more than my allotted time, so I'll let you go a little bit, but Chairman Williamson reminds me that we do have a schedule we're trying to start. I thank you very much for your time, and I'm going to challenge you, the two folks in front of you and everybody else in the room, stay involved in this process. Chairman Crow is exactly right. I don't want this to be, this is me talking about this, we don't want this to be, they're not funding us and we're going, y'all aren't spending it the right way. This has got to be a place where there's no finger pointing and we get this next gen 911 put in. We find a way, a sustainable way to create the revenue, protect the revenue, and distribute the revenue for Georgian safety. We cannot argue about this. We have to find that way. But we're looking to you guys for the way to do that, how the money divides up. Now, I thank you very much for doing that, and we've got some more of your colleagues that are standing back there waiting on us. So if you would yield to them, we're going to get to them.
Well, I appreciate it, and Lauren, thanks for not grilling me like you said you were going to.
Well,
I'm going to ask my question now that you called me out.
Gentleman's not recognized for that purpose at this time.
Yes, he is.
I just had triple bypass 8 weeks ago.
We do need to move along. If he is your local fellow. If you have a question for him, please.
Told him I had to keep calm. There he is, right there.
Not let our county fail in 911 and not fund. If there's a need, I feel that your leadership will step up with our commissioners and make sure we are funding in Forsyth County.
Hang on a second. Since he invoked you, I'm going to let you come up here and do that, but we're not going to get into this going back. I agree with him. Tell us you're going to keep it done the right way, and then who you are, and then we're going to get to the folks that came down here a long way to speak to us. I'm not going to run out of their time. Yes, sir.
David McKee, Forsyth County Manager. Representative, and thank y'all for everything you've done. This is a very difficult task. I didn't intend to speak, but yes, we absolutely will do that. If I may, during
I'll let you know.
Comment.
No, we'll get you back up. Yeah, we'll get you back up during the comment if you'd like to do that. Absolutely. I'll recognize you for that. I appreciate your generosity and time. We're going to move on with this, and we are going to try to stay on schedule. We have some 911 directors from our folks. We've about 30 minutes and 6 of you, so if we could keep you to 5 minutes, I'm going to let the gentleman to the right be the timer. Shane Bonebreck, how'd I do? All right, so y'all don't get me in a bind because he kicks me under the table. He's going to give you the 1 minute when there's 1 minute, and we're going to try to stay on time. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Shane Bonebreak. I'm the Director of Cherokee County 911. I come from 38 years of public safety, firefighter, paramedic, flight paramedic, police officer, military, dispatcher. I've done it all. I've been on that side of the road, that radio, when I had a gun in my mouth, fighting for my life. And as I fight this guy, my shoulder keys up my radio and they hear the word gun. Cherokee County dispatchers heard gun. I didn't key up my radio, and I had the cavalry coming, and I got to go home to my family. So then I've been blessed for the last 4 years to be the director. I have a very, we're just north of Cobb County. Melissa and them, they did fantastic. So I'm just gonna tell you, I have a $7,718,357 operating budget. I get 6.4 million in, 1.3 short, 87%. Madam Chairman, is what I do for my staff. I have 60 people that work their butts off every single day. Representative Charlize Byrd, Senator Albers spends a lot of time in my center. They sit there and they listen to the people. They spend hours in there and they have seen my budget, every single line item. I am very transparent. I don't frugally spend anything. So 60 people. I dispatch for 2 fire departments with 32 fire stations, 20 ambulances, 7 law enforcement agencies, animal control, and now Cherokee County School Districts come to us yesterday and said, hey, we have 42 schools. Guess what we want you to do? Dispatch for the school district. How can I do that? I am fully staffed. I've been fully staffed for 1.5 years, but APCO Retains, which is a program, says I'm 18 people short. I need 18 more positions for my call volume of a little over 500,000 phone calls, not emergency or emergency. We're still answering them. Can't let those non-emergency lines just ring because it's not 911. We answer all of it. So we're answering over 500,000 phone calls. One of my radios, my fire radio, has over 4,700 radio clicks a day. A day. That's not even the minutes. So you take the minutes that we spend on the radios, all of our phone calls, 26 brand new subdivisions in Cherokee County. I am bad short. I can't even, I have 12 positions in my center. I need 3,000 square feet expansion on the back, but I don't have the money. I need to give my people raises. Yes, they make about $20 an hour in Cherokee County. They can pluck a chicken right down the street for $19.95 with the same benefits. I worked my behind off to create a culture for my center. We were the 911 Center of the Year in 2023. It's because I believe in integrity, professionalism, and family. How can I sit there and promote family when I can't give them a raise? When they're living paycheck to paycheck, when they have to live in Bartow County, when they have to live in Paulding County because it's cheaper. They can't afford to live in the surrounding counties. I live every single day to where I don't sleep much. How can I make their life better? These are heroes. We had 19 CPR saves last year. We had 9 babies delivered before fire, police, EMS arrived. We did that, not fire, not police, and not an ambulance, but 911 operators, true heroes that sit there and answer hundreds of calls every day. Do you think they forgot about the first CPR call that they got that morning? No. But what do? They go home to their family, they do their duties, and then they come back tomorrow and they do it again and again and again. As a director, we need help. I agree, Chairman. Whether it's the fee or whether it's not, we've got to figure out a way to make it right, to help us. We couldn't wait. Thank you. We couldn't wait in Cherokee County. We lost our phones. And so we went to Next Generation 911. We spent $1.9 million in Cherokee County, thank God out of the general fund. They paid $1.9 million for us to be a Next Generation Center. Next week we go live, true Next Generation, with everything that there is. Because our county leaders, it really mattered. Can some of these smaller counties afford it? Probably not. So any way you can help us with technology and them to get everybody else, I mean, it's great that I know that I can roll my stuff over to Melissa. And pretty soon with Jessica and Bartow, that's great for me. But what about the people that are answering those phones that I want to give a raise to that I can't? That's my number one thing, is my heroes. My heroes, they're the ones that are answering those phones. and this technology. We got to take care of them. But how can I? How can I? So thank you for everything you do. And I absolutely want you to come to Cherokee County and sit there with us.
Katrina Harley, if you would head up, and I want to say this again as you go back, is I hope you make that impassioned speech to your commission, okay? And I'll call your commission. In fact, I'll endeavor to put a message out and see if my cohorts, my colleagues up here will sign it with me. The E911 fee is not, it has to go to 911. It doesn't say you can't spend anything else. Now, I know it's a competition with the budget, and I'm not saying we're not doing anything with 911. We came to look at a sustainable version of it. But even when we do that, there may be inflation over time, and the county needs, the counties and cities need to step up and be as passionate about it as the gentleman is and the three before him. Ms. Harley.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the community. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to speak with you. There's so much that my colleagues have already said, but I'll add a little bit about my community, Douglas County. Since April of this year, our center has experienced nearly 60 separate points of failure in our legacy system. It is time. It is time for us to migrate to next generation 911. We don't want our citizens to be compromised. I am a caretaker for my mother who has moved from the city of Atlanta to Douglas County. And as the 911 director, when I pick up the phone to dial 911, I need it to work as it's designed to work. The reality is that we are operating on infrastructure that has stretched far beyond its capacity and its lifespan. Next generation for us is not a luxury. It is the foundation that ensures redundancy, resiliency, and reliability for our public safety communications. But while the need is growing, the revenue to sustain these operations is not keeping pace. Currently, in Douglas County, our 911 fee revenues have only increased about 1.14%. Although from the growth of the county, it wouldn't look like that, but it absolutely is. That is far below our needs to cover the rising cost of technology, staffing, and compliance. It is not enough to cover system refreshes. It is not enough to keep up with call volume growth, and it is certainly not enough to prepare for a full transition to next generation 911. The gap between what we collect and what is required to protect our citizens widens every year. Our county is doing everything possible to maximize efficiency, but the math simply doesn't add up. Without additional support, we will continue to face system failures, deferred upgrades, and increased risk to both the public and our first responders. I urge this committee to recognize that local governments cannot shoulder this burden alone. We need sustainable funding to ensure that all communities, regardless of size or tax base, can deliver reliable 911 services that every Georgian deserves. Thank you.
Would the lady, ma'am? Would you care to stand for a question? Mr. Chairman Crow had one.
Absolutely.
No, just so you know, anybody coming up, public or certainly citizens that come up later, so we certainly don't require you to stand for a question, but if you choose to, we'd do that. It's no reflection on your testimony otherwise if you do or do not wish to stand for a question. But that's it, Chairman Crow.
Right, thank you. And I'll be real brief. I wanted to clarify, you said there was a 1.4% increase in the revenues that y'all have received from the 911 fee. Is that what I understood? Did I understand that correctly?
It's only been 1.14 since 2021.
Okay. Total
Total.
since 2021. And y'all have had a large amount of growth in Douglas County since then, so.
We have. If you drive
so-
through Douglas County, you'll see lots of things going up.
Which you would think would mean there would be more people, which would mean more communications lines, which means that you should have more of an increase theoretically. You would expect that. I would expect it to be more than 1.14%.
I would have. I would have, but that is absolutely not the case.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have next Ms. Tanya Griffin, 911 Director for Decatur, Grady counties. Ms. Griffin comes up here. I'll say that to Chairman Croscombe while she's coming is that's the whole thing about probably where the phones are billed. If we don't get we don't have state phones as state legislators, but if the House were issued a state phone, it would all be billed to 30334 in Atlanta. And I believe Atlanta would get that $1.50 a month times 180, regardless of whether those phones are. So Douglas County may have a lot of phones that come to work in Douglas County but live in neighboring counties. That said, Ms. Griffin.
I didn't come with a speech. I've been in 911 for 30 years. I came to represent Southwest Georgia. We dispatch for Decatur County and Grady County. The surcharges covers about 34% of my budget. But about 70% is my personnel cost. I have not been fully staffed since I was fully staffed for 7 days in March, since 2008. So we're in an area where we just don't have an applicant pool. You know, we have to do some creative things with our scheduling and with our employees. We're actually using AI to answer our alarm calls. We're looking at, in the next several months, of how we can get AI to handle some of the non-emergency calls. It's a challenge for us. We have, over the next year, we're going to be transitioning Decatur County and Grady County. They're splitting their 911 center. And so Grady will have theirs. And it's been a logistic thing. Decatur County's growing, Grady County is not really growing that much. So on the 911 center side, it's hard for me to be consistent for both counties when each county needs something different. And so we'll be going through that transition, but still we don't have that funding. We do need whatever that extra is. And then the way I look at 911 and moving forward, we have two missions. Our mission is how to handle those 911 calls and how to get those calls out and get those to the agencies. But then on the other side is what everything else, those other agencies, law enforcement and EMS and fire, what they're requiring of us. And that's a huge thing for us. And so how do we handle that? We know that 911 is our primary mission, but we're going to have to work with the technology. We're going to have to work eventually with the text. We're doing text now, but we're going to have to work with the videos at some point. So how are we going to be able to do that? And again, coming from an area where we just don't have a big applicable, how are we going to solve that problem? We are one of the few counties, I'm not sure how many in the state, are already next gen, but by the end of September, we will be fully next gen on the InDigital network. And so it's been kind of a necessity for us because of the infrastructure that's already in place with our carrier now and having problems with our trunk lines. A couple of weeks ago, we had a couple of thunderstorms. We had to transfer our 911 calls to our admin lines twice because and it was a 24-hour turnaround before we got back up. So it's really an issue. But anyway, we definitely need that additional funding, and yeah, we have some challenges.
Thank you, ma'am. Would you take a question?
Sure would.
I have a question, if I can, and this is where I'm going to say, you know, this may go into the level of what they say down the Capitol sometimes. Now you're meddling, you know, you're in my business, and I don't mean to do that for the commission, you know, in Decatur or Grady County, but with this ongoing work we're doing, you know, I sure do wish they could put a pause on the splitting of the center, because they might find that we might have a future that the consolidated center might perform better in the future. Now, I only say that again, I'm not meddling, it's their job to their voters elected them. But I mean, as we're moving forward on this, if it's just not something that they're, you know, married to, for lack of a better term, boy, I wish they would think about postponing it for a year and working with us to see where we go. Now, that said, it's not my job, but I just know that that's the type of thing we were looking, the stuff that you were talking about is best practices that we will look for y'all to help us to do. And from what the research I've done around the country, you know, in some places where folks work together and consolidate, and we're not, you know, advocating requiring consolidation or anything like that, but to kind of decentralize in an area when many states are finding that centralization is providing better results for our citizens. I don't know, maybe, you know, take that Starbucks with $5 and get you some coffee or something, but that's what I wish if I had to wish. So maybe you can, Representative Campbell or Cannon, that's down there your way, right? Maybe aren't one of them? Am I close to those are your representatives? Or yeah, so maybe they can beat me up for you if you don't like what I said. But I appreciate very much what you brought to us, and we look forward to that. You guys are way down there where it's a little bit thinly populated, and we've got to find a way to deliver service in that area like we do in a more populated area like here in Roswell.
Well, we've been consolidated for 30 years, and so, and it's been a great partnership, but then there are some disadvantages to the consolidation whenever you have those expectations of services that each agency needs, and so that's been a big thing for us.
Not only because we have to move on, but if you wouldn't mind sharing the things you found that were disadvantageous, again, that would be good for us to take in as we hear what's good about being together, what's not.
Okay.
I appreciate it very much. Chairman Clerk.
Yep. Oh, she's gone. Never mind. Hey, I was just going to ask real quick. So you're about to implement full next-gen 911, you said,
Yes.
right? And then y'all are going to split.
Yes, but the way.
Who keeps the next-gen 911?
Well, so before we went into the next-gen contract, we had an agreement with the vendor that we're using, that they've built it out for each county.
So each county will still have it?
Yes.
Okay.
So when we split, each county will each have their own.
Okay, perfect.
And
Thank
it'll
you.
be next-gen.
Thanks.
Okay.
You're very popular. Thank you for answering questions, and I'm just intrigued that Grady and Decatur counties were able to pull NG 911 together. That's awesome. What's the approximate population?
Between the two counties,
Yes,
about
ma'am.
56,000.
About 56,000.
But
Okay.
again, that's kind of been out of necessity because we have that older infrastructure, and we've had some issues with the trunk lines. So for us, it's something we were already looking at doing, but we just kind of had to pull the trigger to move forward with that.
All right, and just a follow-up question. Do you know the approximate cost for your counties to do this?
So I think it was like, I don't know, 9,000 is what for the initial cost, but then it's not really that much more than what we're paying now in the network charges.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
We do have to pay the franchise fee on our network charges that we're getting billed, by the way.
Of course, thank you.
Don Strength, White County, the Director of 911. Is it Don? I'll get you. I'm just going to go ahead. On deck, we'll have Danielle Rhodes from Stevens County, and then the whole Alex Case from Dade County.
Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon, and Chairman, committee, thank you for having me here this afternoon. And there's really nothing else I can say that hasn't already been said at this podium today. Melissa knocked it out of the ballpark. She told you, I think, the concerns and the fear that we have with what we're dealing with in the 911 world today. So I'm not going to take a whole lot of your time, but there's a couple of points I want to circle back to. I think that 911 is a term that I think means different things to different people. It's technology. Unless I misunderstand something, I think you guys are really looking at obtaining a fee structure to be able to build a statewide network. So we've also looked. We're small. We're White County. We're in northeast Georgia. We're in the mountains. We have Helen. We have Oktoberfest. We have lots of people who come to visit with us that use our 911 system that we don't get the fees from. So we're one of those counties that's missing a lot of money from the fees, yet we have to still provide that service for an increased number of population, especially during seasonal times of the year. One thing COVID did, people discovered Helen, Georgia. They discovered the Appalachian Mountains. They discovered nature because it never closed during COVID. And they come back every single weekend.
I'm guessing you don't get called up by the Convention and Visitors Bureau to advertise for them. I'm just guessing.
We appreciate what they bring with them. However, in the 911 world, we don't get to capture that. Yet we still have to provide those services. I'm just as passionate about my 911 center as any of these other ladies and guys that have talked here today. I agree with them because it takes a special individual to sit in that chair, take that call, hear from that mother whose child's not breathing, husband is not breathing, house is burning to the ground around them, and then move on to the very next call like it never happened, and then go home and sleep at night and get up and do it again. If there ever was a true first responder, it's that person sitting in that chair that answers that call every single day. We do have to come up with a better way to do this. I'm proud of my home state of Alabama. They've done it. Nothing to do with Tuscaloosa, so don't get offended. I'm from the other side of the state. But I'm proud that Alabama has done that. We've got to do the same thing here in Georgia. I've been here 25 years. I consider this home now myself. So we've got to figure out the fee issue, a better way to distribute. These seem to be the bullet points of this whole thing we're talking about here today because, like I said, we have those visitors. We have more visitors than we have residents, and we don't capture that funding. And then the technology, real quick. We had an individual who called 911 just last week who was hiking on an approach trail to the Appalachian, who said that he was in a certain location. We sent our rescue crew to that location. Our dispatcher was brilliant enough to actually ask for the lat long of what was on the telephone, not what we were getting from our Annie Alley, which is simply a triangulation of towers. We don't have towers in North Georgia, so we can't get good location. Dispatcher was smart enough to ask them for the lat long on their phone, which got us to that individual who was about 4 miles away from where he said he was. Next Gen would have given us that immediately right up front, would have saved us 15 or 20 minutes. In this particular case, it turned out good, but just that length of time could have made things turn out bad. And we deal with this every single weekend. Thank you for your time, and I really look forward to what the future holds in Next Gen 911 in Georgia.
Don, I thank you, and I just want you to know when I'm finished with the Georgia football game over there in Athens on Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to come up to Helen just to spite you. I'm just going to come up and be a visitor.
And I'll go with you.
There you go.
I'll go with you.
There you go. Absolutely. Ms. Rhodes, Danielle Rhodes. (911) Director, Stevens County.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I don't really have anything extra to say that you haven't already been said. I kind of had geared a speech towards something a little different, but I do want to make a few points. Northeast Georgia, I'm also a small county. We serve about 26,000 in our population. Half of our county is U.S. forestry land, so we don't get any tax benefit from that. And that does impact us, our operating budgets and our budget in general. To answer your question, 80% admin, 20% operation, 20 to 30. You know, that's kind of what we're about in line with everybody else. We are short-staffed. We're down one, but it's taken us a long time to get there. We were fully staffed for over a year at one point. That was back in 2018, and it's taken us this long to get back to almost fully staffed. We need the funding, probably more so, you know, than, because we just don't have it. And when I look at these costs, when I see what it's going to cost annually in maintenance, not just to actually buy the original equipment, but to actually implement and pay the maintenance costs, you know, we just kind of giggle. It's more of a dream, and I've said that. I'm like, it's great in theory, but we will never be able to afford it. So we do need to secure this funding. The little counties, Northeast Georgia, there's a few of us here today, we definitely do not get to see a lot of the funding that some of the other counties in the state do, and we definitely are going to benefit from raising that fee. Thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate it. Any questions for me?
You have questions?
Just one.
Chairman Crowe.
I think I broke it. Still working.
It's going to cost us a lot of money to replace all these buttons. I don't know how much.
Well, I just touched it.
Now you know
It
how we
flipped-
feel.
It flipped off. Yeah, no kidding, right? That's good. What, do you know, and I appreciate you talking about the percentage that goes towards personnel, and I think, you know, aside from the equipment, and I think the equipment's even secondary to this, I think personnel is the most valuable part
Absolutely.
of the whole system.
Absolutely.
Do you know what percentage of your budget is covered by the 911 fees? I know that Southwest Georgia was 34%.
That's about, I don't have an approximate, and I'm sorry I'm unprepared, but I would say it's probably pretty close in line to that.
Yeah.
We pull approximately $600,000 out of our general fund to support my budget.
Okay, all right, so about a third of it maybe comes from 911 fees. And don't apologize for being unprepared. I was unprepared to know I was gonna wanna know that, so. And you were raising your hand from White County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Alex Case, 911 Director, Dade County. You gonna run it for your Convention Visitors Bureau too? Up there? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. The gentleman from White County up there. I don't know. Yes, sir.
In Northwest Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Can't get no further. We call ourselves a cornerstone of Dade County. We have
Sir, you're our line of defense between those people up there that
all the
wear
weather
orange, so we
all the
appreciate
weather
you.
comes through us.
Yes, sir.
I wear many hats in a small county, 911, Emergency Management, EMS Director for our county, and 911 is that first defense. Being with 2 states, 4 counties, 2 time zones, we deal with a lot. With Alabama being next gen, when they went, they actually put phones in Georgia counties that touch them to help with that. Being on the mountains, we have Lookout Mountain, which is Cloudland Canyon State Park, about 400,000 visitors a year. A lot of our population works in Chattanooga. You mentioned like the phones in Atlanta. A lot of our phones come out of Tennessee, probably with businesses and carriers. 2 of the counties in Alabama run through Dade County to work and or to go to Chattanooga as well. But a lot of times our calls go to Alabama on the mountains, and then they have to transfer it back on that simple phone that they put in to us. It will not hit our legacy, our old system. So we're having to pick up another phone, take the lat and long, transition it into our CAD system to see where it's at. I've seen what they are doing. I applaud this committee and this to keep forward, moving with this, that what we can do help for this as we move forward. And small rural family independent telco that work at Trenton Telephone, their system is dying. They can't find parts for it. We are getting digital trunks, but it's converted from an analog back to an analog system inside our phone system. Thought about different things to take. Everything was hit by all of our other counterparts here, but a lot of our main trunks come out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Dade and Walker receive those out of the same AT&T trunking system that hits into Georgia back to the telco independents. Back when AT&T was on their major strike, a piece of equipment failed in Chattanooga, and they had nobody to work on it. And we were without 911 coverage on our cells, which manually rolled over to our 10-digit non-emergency number for several days. It took coordinations with the local independent Trent Telephone to go up and help AT&T. Now that was a strike that stopped 911 because nobody knew how to work on the old legacy system. So that's an example that I thought about, that Legacy is losing, but there's people that can work on an equipment. We actually had to take the equipment to them that we had spare cars with, the local independent. So all considerations to help move us forward. I was also privileged last year to go down and help our brothers and sisters in South Georgia from Hurricane Helene and seen the devastation. 2011, we took 3 tornadoes in Dade, Walker, and Catoosa and other areas, and thought our county was devastated till I got to see Montgomery County for 10 days. Systems completely gone, cables and fiber gone, and seen neighboring state that put systems in, JICA and GEMA, working hard, asked us northern counties to go down, and got me another family down there. But seeing that we don't want this to happen again and see systems fail and make sure that all Georgians are taken care of. And we appreciate all your consideration moving forward for this, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Case, thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman? Thank you. What was your father's name? Okay. Mr. McKee, you want to come back and share with us? Yes, sir. Minute bite at the apple that,
I hope I don't need 5 minutes. David McKee, Forsyth County Manager. Thank you. I want to applaud everybody that's not only up here on the podium, but also in the room. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to fix a system that I'm reminded of a story, okay? And everybody in this room's heard this story, but I'm going to tell it very quickly. You know, I may use my 5 minutes. Is our grandmother cooking, and you take 2 pans out, right? And you start this process of cooking whatever it is, called a meatloaf. And at the end of it, you say, well, why did we use 2 pans? Because we didn't have one big enough. Okay? We have an opportunity to take a big pan out of the drawer and do this right. I'm also reminded that during our annual budget process, that balloon squeeze is real. And to not have a fully sustainable funding source, sure, as Representative McDonald said, today it's 20%. We fund it 20% out of essentially what our general fund would be. Today, if that goes to 25%, yes, we're going to fund it. But asking every county to do that and continue that funding when that user fee may change is a solution for failure. It's exactly what that is. The next thing that I'll say is a reduction in these fees. When I came down here today, I didn't really know what I was going to hear. That's one reason I wanted to come. But I would encourage you, as your colleagues at the Capitol, if there is any discussion of reduction of fees, you just heard the ripple effects, right? The ripple effects that any reduction of those fees have, we do have to go back to that balloon and tap for those general fund dollars that are precious. And in politics that we deal with today, if the park is more important to the elected officials that we represent than the 911 fee, that may be what gets funded. And that is not a solution that I believe that is acceptable to the state of Georgia. Again, I think that this group here, and I think that the committee members have expressed this, that doing nothing really is not an option. And if we don't do anything else, we should expect nothing but exactly what we've continued to have. We've opened this can of worms. I think we have an opportunity to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. If you would, I don't know if there's questions, we'll move on, but I just want to tell you, I agree with you. We're going to close it out here very soon. I'll let each of the members have a brief statement, but I want to make this as a preface, and they can tell me if they disagree. I've sat in the middle of a city council. I've been a mayor for a few years. I was a council member before that. There's competition everywhere. And we put this resolution together. It's on the web, but y'all can go look at it, 429. It didn't contemplate raising the fee. It didn't contemplate lowering the fee, certainly didn't contemplate, it contemplated finding out what it's going to cost to deliver this from Georgia and devising a sustainable way to do it. It's going to require a partnership with our local folks. You know, we're not, don't look to the state to do everything, because we get the money from the same citizens that send it to you at City Hall or at the county seat. But the gentleman's right. You know, when you sit in the chair, I did. A lot of people are, what, 400, where's GMA, 429, say how many cities we got? 537 now they've got, and 159 counties. I know the deal, but at some point, we're gonna bring this to the top this year, and everybody's gonna understand that right, wrong, or indifferent, over the last few years, we haven't kept up with 911. We've been lucky. I won't say lucky, we've been fortunate that the people under nothing. So we're gonna work on devising a sustainable and measurable opportunity to raise revenue, but it's not just the state swooping in and writing the check. We're gonna try to facilitate that, but it's gonna count on all the 911 folks and all the county commission chairmen and all the mayors. So it's going to do that. So with that, thank you very much. We have no one else signed up to speak in the public. Is there anybody? Y'all been here with us a while. Is anybody? We've got a couple of minutes. If somebody's got something on their heart, I'll give you a couple of minutes each if you want to come up. Yes, ma'am. I don't know you by name, so I'm just going to let you come up. These two ladies on that. Yes, ma'am. If you'll just tell us who you are and why you're here.
Good evening, or good afternoon, Chairman and Representatives. My name is Whitney Kenner-Jones. I am a Douglas County Commissioner, and so I did want to address you all for two reasons. I'm also an attorney in my regular day job, and it was important for me to come here and speak first as a commissioner because I appreciate what you said in terms of drafting a letter to make sure that our colleagues and people across the counties are considering making sure that there's appropriate line item budgeting specifically for 911. North Carolina is my home state, and so I have seen NextGen work really well, and I know that Georgia can do that just as well. We are a community that is built on family, and I want to make sure that Georgians all across the state who face natural disasters have appropriate protections and somebody that can answer the phones for them when they are in need, and NextGen obviously will give us the ability to do that. I also hope that you all will take into consideration, even when the natural disaster does not hit, 911 is still there and present. So the storm that passed us just a few months ago still cost our 911 center $75,000, even though all we got was rain. The second thing that I would like to say is, as an attorney, some of the best evidence that we get for victims to get justice comes from the 911 calls and recordings, and so I implore you to ensure that we have appropriate funding for this, because if the lines go down and there's no recording, some victims may not get justice because we don't have a good or accurate record for that. And I would also ask if you would consider looking into how businesses are paying that fee, because they are paying still the same $1.50 fee despite they may have 20 phones, because of how truncation works with voice over IP, and that may give an additional funding source to raise those fees.
Yes, ma'am. That raises a good question. That is exactly what we're doing to find a sustainable method as we go forward. So yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Katie Vogt, and I'm the Director of Fayette County 911. And I apologize if I'm going to try and keep it all toned down because I was not planning to speak. But I got some information from our finance director. We are considered a metro county, but we do not have the infrastructure ourselves to carry NextGen 911 right now. We don't even have what we need to diversify. I have lost my phones in the last year probably 4 or 5 times. One was due to construction. They took out all of our over 200 pair of cable, and all our lines were dead for days. We had to go to Spalding County. We've had weather events. We've had a vendor event that took our phones down. They pushed something out that they weren't supposed to. It took down our phones. Spalding County had to pick it up. Spalding County is about on level with us as far as how short they are and how many people they have in the room at once. So I have about a $1.3 million budget. My finance director just sent this to me. Our charges for services from the 911 fund revenues are right at 60%. We also have a property tax district that takes up the other 40% of our budget. So that's where the rest of it comes from. We do have part of the millage rate. And as far as personnel costs, it's 64.5% of our budget. So even as a metro county, I can't compete with Cobb County and the other metro counties in what they bring in, but we're getting things like the soccer practice center, that's in Fayette County. We just, data centers are a big thing right now. We just got our first one. It's been a big deal in our county, but we don't get anything from that. You know, hardly anything. With all of the other things that it brings in, we don't get a lot of that. So we're going to need help to be able to keep up with the demand. And I appreciate what y'all are trying to do. We've looked at everything we can, but we can't maintain what we have, which already isn't enough, and fund Next Gen 911. So thank you.
Ma'am, would you stand, Chair Camp? Camp has a question, if you would.
Hey, thank you so much for providing that information.
You're welcome.
I represent part of Spalding County. So
Okay.
I was familiar, Steve Ledbetter, who was the county manager, had shared the situation that your county had gone through last year. All right, so my question, you may not know the answer to this, but how long has Fayette County been providing part of the millage rate towards the 911 cost?
I would say it's at least 10 years because we have a 911 board. We're our consolidated center for everything, all the jurisdictions in Fayette County. And they redid, rather than having the municipalities contribute to our center, they just went to a straight tax base. But I believe it's been 10 years. Don't hold me to that number, though.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes what we have on the agenda for comment, public comment. And I want to thank everybody for coming. What I'd like to do, as we got started this morning, we were trying to get to the mayor and the chief. They had a place to go, and we had folks coming in. So I want to, as we finish up, I want to start down with the Chairman Camp and give everybody a couple of minutes. If they have anything that they want to share that Mr. Satterfield can collect, the staff of JICA could collect that you've heard today that you want some more information on, if you want to share that now. If you don't have anything, that's fine. We have a visit to the Rawlsville Center very shortly here. We're only a couple minutes away from that. So if you have anything, Chair Lee Camp, give us a couple of minutes each and we'll get moving. Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank everyone who provided testimony today. The information that was provided is very important for all of us. And I'm a researcher and for a lot of reasons, and I've been diligently writing down information that you've provided today. It was very important. Each of your experiences, especially the 911 directors who came in, thank you for sharing your experiences and where your agencies are in the funding. That's really important. It's not a one-size-fits-all. I think we all recognize that going in, and different counties are in different positions to provide 911 funding, the size of your agencies, and et cetera. But I think one thing that I took away was all of you are here because you have a heart for serving. You support the people who work with you and for you because you know the important work that they do to our communities. And I'd just like to say thank you very much for being here and for what you do day in and day out, providing for the citizens of the state of Georgia and the public safety officials who go out and try to do the good work. So thank you.
Yeah, what she said. No, it's, I too want to echo what Chairman Camp said. Thank you to all of, first and foremost, our 911 operators. Like I said, I've been on both sides of the radio in my past life, and what y'all do is incredibly important. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, 911 operators are first responders, the first responder, and I do think that we need to start to make sure that they're included in all of our public safety discussions, even though sometimes they're not, and we need to work on doing that. And I think this is part of the steps in making that happen. One of the things that I really wanted to find out, though, as we get into these meetings, was kind of how the distribution was going, and we still don't really know exactly how things are, you know, how well they're being distributed or where it's going or if it's going where it needs to go. But one thing I found that was somewhat interesting was that, you know, Southwest Georgia, Stevens County, you know, White County, I checked with my daughter-in-law in Butts County. Butts County's at 37% of their budget from 911 fees. Some of the others are 34, 35, 48. And then in some of your more metropolitan counties, you're at 60 and 80% from 911 fees. So what that tells me is there's not an equitable distribution throughout the state. And I think that's what we're really trying to do, at least what I'd like to do, is to try to make sure that we're getting as distributed as equitably as possible. And it seems right now that that's not happening, and we want to make sure, again, that it's distributed as equitably as possible, and it's the right amount so that you can provide that service and provide the same level of service, the same connectivity, whether you're in Cobb County or whether you're in Fayette County or whether you're in Dade County. We want somebody to be able to dial 911 and get the same response that they would anywhere else in Georgia. So that's, hopefully we'll work on getting some answers for that. But thank you all for being here.
Representative McDonald, floor leader, Governor floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like my colleague, he's been on both sides of the radio. I've only been on one side of the radio. I was a fireman for 27 years, 23 in Forsyth County, and a coroner for 16. I represent Forsyth County, but I love Georgia. And I think it's important that, you know, looking around the state, traveling the state, our state's totally different. You know, we all have in rural Georgia, the issues that we've heard in small counties. We have them in Forsyth County. Ours are roads. Very fortunate with our 911. We'd love to have some of y'all's roads up in Forsyth County and some of your road money. So we all have to find that balance as we go through this journey together over the next 3 months. And I just want you to know from my side, I'm one of y'all. I understand what you're here for and what your needs are. And we as a committee, we're going to be here for you, not just now, but for years to come.
Bruce Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. So I've learned a lot today. I prefaced my earlier remarks saying that I'm the neophyte in the room. So I do want to thank every one of y'all for what you do to keep Georgians safe. And your heart for service is evident in all the testimony we've heard today. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask if I don't see any faces from Walton County, Georgia. Anybody here from Walton County? I'm sure y'all know a lot of our people over there, and they're all dedicated public service just like y'all are. That being said, I think you've heard the experience we've got with Chairman Kemp, having actually been a 9/11 operator yourself. You took calls, and Chairman Crow here, he chairs our Public Safety Committee, and he's worn the badge and been involved in 9/11 centers himself. And you just heard Chairman McDonald's testimony about public service. But I'm the new guy in the room. I have no experience like this, so I'm just asking some of the business-type questions. I really appreciate the commissioner from Douglas County coming up and speaking, because are there any other county commissioners or chairman of the boards of commissioners here? I want to commend you once again, Commissioner, because this is a part of your county budget. I would urge you, like Chairman Martin said earlier, you need to be politicking your chairman and your commissioners in your county to make sure that you're adequately funded, because like everything we do in government, it's all about how you allocate dollars. You have a hugely sympathetic committee right here about how do we adequately realign these funds. I really appreciate the speaker that alluded to how inflation's eroded that $1.50 fee. I personally believe that we ought to index for inflation any fees that it's important enough to go in the Georgia Code, that we ought to know that they're going to be static in time, and that the inflations are going to erode the effectiveness of those dollars. But specifically, what I'd love to hear from the members from our 9/11 community is what suggestions do you have about revamping these fees? What are the missing gaps? And I know that our friends with that testified earlier with I get mixed up on the terminology, Georgia Emergency Communications Authority, which you did an outstanding job on. Where are the gaps that we could make sure that everybody's paying their fair share? And we've talked about a lot. I appreciate the gentleman from White County talking about reminding us about how awful the traffic is going through downtown Helen during Oktoberfest. You need to get that little detour around that Waze finally showed me how to do. So and we're talking about the World Cup. I had not remembered that, but that's going to be a tremendous impact on our system. So we're really, really sympathetic. I just want to let you know that I appreciate every man and woman here, and this is going to be a process, but we definitely need your feedback, including as we look at models that could be more effective and offer a greater economy of scale and help Georgians even more on a regional basis. And if there are disadvantages like Grady and Decatur County are seeing, we'd love to know what those disadvantages are, or what some of the more rural counties in the state, what advantages you might see about partnering up with the counties around you to offer these services without loss of jobs. I'm talking about just trying to have better, more effective services for all Georgians. So again, thank you for your service. I think the committee up here ought to give a round of applause to all of you. How about it? Join me. Chairman Crow. Thank y'all.
Thank you, and I'm standing between you guys and the wonderful traffic we have out there this time of the afternoon. I want to thank Mayor Wilson, the City Council, the Rawlsville city staff, and the citizens of Rawlsville for loaning us this beautiful room today and allowing us to be here. Specifically, Kara Kramer from Rawlsville that helped us put this together. Mr. Waller, thank you, and ACCG for providing lunch for the Doug, I'm sorry, from ACCG for providing lunch today, and kind of threw me off here. I'm looking at one note and seeing another for providing us lunch. And just as I close, when I put this resolution in, I've told the ladies from JICA. When I put this in, I didn't realize how much interest there would be. This seemed simple to me. And I mean that, and I realize how many moving parts, and I've seen even more of those moving parts today. And I just want to echo what the folks have said across the room, but also continue to emphasize. Everyone that stood in front of that today talked about how important this was to Georgians. So I'm, again, going to challenge the 500-plus mayors and the 159-plus commission chairmen or county executives to take this seriously, because I know how it works. It's like, oh, if we budget the money for it, then they won't do anything with the fee. This is in the sunlight now. I think everybody's looking at where we need to go, and we've got to work together. We're not going to wait to see if you fund it. We're going to do our job to develop a sustainable infrastructure that'll support it, and then we're going to partner with all of you all to develop that methodology for how it funds, because Georgia is a different place. From the mountains, as you said, up there around the Appalachian Trail, to down by, Grady and Decatur County down there where you're close to those gators. Those other orange people that we don't like coming out of Florida. But when you're down there, it's a different Georgia, but all the people in Georgia, when you're driving from Rawlsville through 75 down there, you don't want to go from one county into another county, and all of a sudden if you have something go wrong, your phone doesn't work and you can't get anybody out there. We've got to find that ubiquitous solution. So I want you to feel comfortable that we're going to look at the infrastructure that's needed. We're going to look at what that means to us as a state and how it's going to affect each of our jurisdictions. But we're going to look to all of you. You have an association. for best practices at how this could be done to deliver from Georgia. And I'm going to ask you to do something that's really hard, because we've all done it. I'm going to ask you to do something that's really hard. Do it with an eye on how to make a better system for the people that you serve. Try to do it with not worrying about where the money's going to come from or where it's going to go or if you're going to get. Design the system, but design it in a way that we can show the people, if this costs more money, why it's a good deal for them. People don't mind. Somebody said it doesn't mind if you go from $1.90, from $1.50 to $1.90. That doesn't sound like a lot. I tell you what that'll be somewhere in a newspaper. It'll be a 28% increase or a 33% increase, and everybody will look at the downside. So if we're going to ask Georgians to pour more money in, we probably are going to do that when the outcome of this comes together. We've got to have a good story to tell, and it's got to benefit the 10+ million Georgians in the state of Georgia. Everything I heard today is we're headed in the right direction to do that, but the 5 of us are going to look for you guys to help us along with our county chairman and our mayors to get this done. I thank you all. Again, I thank Mayor Wilson, the city staff of Roswell, and the citizens for giving us this building. We've got a tour we're going to do, and we will next meet in Warner Robins on September 29th. So we will see you again before then. If you need us, I'm going to give them Brittany's email address. Email Brittany Valentine at brittany.valentine@house.ga.gov, and we will get back to you if you want to be part of our thing. I'm getting hand signals from the folks here. I'm not sure I'm doing. Brittany's probably not going to appreciate me very much broadcasting her email out.
Brittany says thanks.
And for public comment, michael.satterfield@house.ga.gov. So I thank everybody for being here. If there's no further business before the committee, will stand adjourned without objection. I see no objection. We'll be adjourned.